Welcome to Central Illinois, Morton to be specific. It is Ledgestone Week. Round one for the FPO division goes off at the dreaded and infamous Northwoods course. Welcome to Tournament Central. Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins. Maybe a little hyperbolic to say dreaded, but a course that players have to give respect to and have talked very highly of for the past few years that we've played this property.
Yeah, Brian, I'd like to ask myself and my friends, like, how do we get convinced to travel the whole tour? How do we get convinced to travel to the middle of Illinois in the hottest part of the year? And it's because these courses are so special. It's because of the mad scientist, Nate Heinold, and what he's done for this game. And, I'd like to call this tournament the major of the Midwest. It's not a major. It's never been a major, but it provides the players, it provides the fans that kind of major feeling because these courses are so special.
Well, we've played major championships here, and for good reason. And also, when we play the Ledgestone, it's not just the professionals here. There's over 2,000 amateur players playing on, I believe, 12 other courses in this surrounding area. So just a very exciting place for disc golf in general. But right now, it's an exciting week for the FPO division here at Northwoods. We have to talk about the defending champion, Missy Gannon, who played great here last year. I believe was second place in Circle 1 in regulation, first place in C2 in regulation, first in fairways hit, threw like a genius last year and took down the victory. And she seems like she's in a pretty good space to do that again this year.
Yeah, she is in a great space. And, this is the first time in a while that we haven't had Paige Pierce and we haven't had Kristen Tatar at a tournament this big. And so I think a lot of the FPO field is ready, and Missy's ready to get her first win, Brian. It's crazy. You look at the seasons she's had. She's had an incredible season. I mean, her worst finish was 17th at the Champions Cup. She's got 4 second-place finishes, and then the third place at European Open, which was her last event. And it's wild to think that she hasn't won a tournament and hasn't won since Ledgestone last year.
Well, we actually did catch up with Missy to kind of check in with her at this point in the season. Let's hear what she had to say earlier this week.
I'm just always excited to be here. And the courses themselves, I just love the contrast. I love that sunsets, you got to try to birdie everything. And then Northwood, just got to stay afloat pretty much. So I just love that type of golf, and being able to juggle 2 very different courses is just something that I really love about this event. And I think it's just a matter of putting it all together consistently over the 3 or 4 rounds. And yeah, I think it's just been like one round that's been off, that's kind of dug me a little bit too much into a hole, or I've been really good at battling back, but I don't want to keep battling back. I want to be able to start hot and finish hot, and I think that's the main difference.
Well, Missy Gannon has been extremely consistent this year. She's actually gotten second place 4 times this season at silver event or better. And it's time for Missy to kind of push over that ledge this year and take down another victory. Nate, we're at the point in the season where Missy herself said she's only really playing maybe 1, 2 maximum practice rounds per week. It just seems like we have big event after big event until the end of the year. Talk about what this point in the season feels like for a lot of the players.
This is the point in the season, Brian, where players are really feeling like they have to play their best golf. I mean, we have Ledgestone, and then we have a playoff event. We got D-Glow, we got Maple Hill, and then we have 2 majors, both for the men and the women. So this is the time in the season where players have to play their best disc golf, but also the time in the season where players are starting to feel their bodies. Players are starting to limit the amount of time that they're out on the course because they don't need to make as many tweaks in the game, but also because they want to keep those elbows fresh, keep their shoulders fresh. And we heard Missy talk about, she mentioned to you that she's only playing like 1 practice round a week. When they start the season off, they're playing, potentially 3 to 4 times a week.
Well, what's so funny is we have to look at the person who got second place last year, Ohn Scoggins, who comes in this week as the second, or the highest ranked player in the field. She said she's still grinding practice rounds, 2 practice rounds a day even, and she has plenty of energy going into this event. The thing that I have to talk about is last week at the Mid-America Open, she took down the victory, and everyone calls her, oh, she's, doesn't throw that far, but her putting makes up for everything. Last week, she was first place in strokes gained tee to green. She is one of the best, most consistent throwers in the division. She knows her game. She knows her bag. And out here, this is extremely important, especially at Northwoods.
Yeah, Ohn definitely is a player who I think who knows her bag really well. I think she threw 5 discs last week at Mid-America. And, one thing about Ohn is people assume that because Ohn is a forehand dominant player and she loves to throw those flex lines, like she actually doesn't like a really tight wooded course because she needs that space to kind of swing those destroyers out wide and use all the fairway. Well, Harmony Bends is much tighter than Northwood Black at times, and she dominated off the tee there. And so I think Ohn actually has an advantage off the tee here at Northwood Black. And of course, if she's giving herself looks, she's knocking them down. She's still putting 300 to 400 times a day, Brian.
Well, here's the thing. I love the way she talks about this course. You ask her what her strategy is, she just looks at you, kind of laughs, and says, hit the gap. That's the only thing she cares about. She has looked at the scoring spread. She knows that this course can destroy you if you cannot just put your first shot in play. So she has a great straight backhand, on those holes where the flex sidearm doesn't necessarily fit. But I really like her chances out here. Her confidence seems sky high. And we also talked to her earlier in the week at the press conference, so let's take a listen.
You're the highest rated woman here.
Oh, no.
I believe only Kristen Tatar is rated higher in the world.
Thank you, Tata.
So, is there any extra pressure that you put on yourself when you come and you're, the favorite, so to speak?
Always. Everybody work hard on it and depend on who hit the gap, who make the putt, learn the lie better. And I would love to see who's going to win this tournament because everybody can win this one. Everyone, I can tell. Yeah, because I can see them want it. They're wanting it, just like me. So it's going to be fun.
The one thing I have to give huge kudos to for Ohn is the fact that when told that there's a bit of a target on her back now, she kind of acknowledges it with some humility and also says, hey, I have to give respect to every one of my co-competitors this week. They all want it just as bad as I do. And I think she's ready to rise to the occasion. I think the fact that in the presser she mentioned that when she's the highest rated player, she has to work harder than everybody else, which I think is a phenomenal mindset. I think it's easy to get comfortable when you're having success. With that said, we're going to take a quick commercial break. On the other side, we're going to talk Haley King. We'll see you then.
I just feel like whenever I'm playing golf, if there's money on the line or not, that I tend to always take the more aggressive shots that generally don't pay off, but there's a very slim chance that it does, and I have this weird like obsession with being able to do that more consistently to like make that my new standard instead of being some crazy thing I can't do.
Do you feel like you're just going to keep forcing the shot until you've perfected it, or do you at some point maybe you'll scale back from that mindset and go safer, conservative?
I mean, I might. I don't know. That's what I enjoy doing. That's like what disc golf is to me. If I'm not having fun, if I'm not throwing the most fun shot in my opinion, then I don't know, what am I doing here, you know?
Listening to her say that is one of the reasons I love sports in general so much. Everybody seems to approach what they do a little bit differently. And right now we're seeing Kristen Tatar dominate tournaments and play a very high percentage style because that's what she's looking for. She's looking for victory. And Haley openly saying, I don't know. I'm just trying to play golf and throw cool shots. And I suppose, you know, at this point in her career, she's so young. I think it's okay to be experimenting like this.
Yeah, it could be okay if you're okay with, you know, the highs and the lows. And that's where we've seen Haley King this year. And that kind of makes sense after hearing her talk about that. And a place like Northwoods, that could reward you or that could really punish you because sometimes you get off the fairway and you have that, you know, 1 out of 20 chance to get yourself to the green, but also you could kick into Narnia and it could really cost you. And so I'm curious to see Haley attack Northwood's Black today because it's that break or bust mentality, and that's sometimes really exciting to watch. I mean, for years, that was why Paige Pierce was the most exciting player, because she wasn't going to pitch back to the fairway. She was going to pick up a driver and try and send it to the bucket. So,
well, let's talk about this, because it's funny. If you want the victory, riding that emotional roller coaster of, you know, aggressive shot, high risk, high reward, that type of play, it's tough to sustain over a 4-round tournament. We've seen moments of brilliance from Haley King, but we've also seen moments where it's lackluster because some of those aggressive shots don't go her way. There's a level of acceptance that must happen psychologically if you choose to play that style, and the fact that she says, for now, I'm going to commit to it, it's something that we're just going to have to sit back and watch evolve over time. And yeah, like she said, she very well could fall back into a more conservative, smart style, but it's exciting for us sitting on the couch, I suppose, watching. With that said, we have to talk about a player who's just very steadily improving her game and just gave us a really nice flash of brilliance last week at the Mid-America, Alexis Mandujano. Alexis has always been one of the best putters in the division. She's third in C2 putting on the season, but her drives are starting to finally come along, and I think she's very proud of where she's progressed.
Yeah, last week it seemed like it was kind of you know, her kind of coming out party. You know, everyone has it. She ended up not taking down the tournament because of Ohn's incredible performance in rounds 2 and 3. But Alexis shooting a 1031 rated round to open the event with a bogey. That's the second highest rated round of the year behind Paige's 1034. Down the stretch, Brian, that putt there on 11, 45 feet, then goes to the next hole here, same distance, 45 feet. Ohn goes on to miss that one. She wasn't surprised that these putts were dropping, and these are in the most critical moments. This is 16 down the stretch. She parked that all 3 days. She's got this little Undertaker turnover that she is just butter with. I think that, you know, her and her sister have been working really hard. Val has taken a little bit more of the, you know, the spotlight, but Alexis has been right there, similar rating to her sister this whole time, and she's due to win on the Pro Tour.
Well, I think playing the Mid-America Open, just like you said, is great practice for Northwoods, because this year Northwoods is more open than it's ever been. They've cleared out so much in order to fit spectators in the woods, but it's actually cleaned up a lot of the underbrush that's been on the side of the fairways that has punished you in the past. So the fact that she got some practice at Mid-America, got some reps hitting gaps again with power, that's only going to serve her out here. We actually talked to Alexis earlier in the week as well. Let's take a listen. So much talent in this field, and the courses are very challenging. What needs to be pinpoint for you? What needs to improve to take down the victory and push past, I guess, the second place that you got last week and actually get into the winner's circle?
I think keeping all 4 rounds clean and not do what I did last week instead of having 2 solid rounds and having a, you know, a very, I would say bad round. I'm just going to say that. If I can keep it solid and consistent, I can have a good shot at winning.
Well, Nate, I think Alexis said it perfectly. When you look at last year's winner, Missy Gannon, she didn't double bogey a single time.
Wow.
And you have to hit fairways out here. You have to keep the disc in play, and you can't snowball off of that big number. Well, a hole that we've seen players take quite a few big numbers on, hole number 12 on this property here in Northwoods. I feel like it's worth flying the hole and talking about one of the signature holes out here, potentially one of the signature holes in the entire Midwest.
Absolutely, Brian. And the women actually play this shorter pad, which you can see the pin from this tee pad. To clear this is just over 300 feet, so perfect distance for this division. You hope to land at the flat in one and hope to give yourself an angle, because all you need to do is get to the top of this hill. I think the difficulty of this hole is what happens when you go a little left or a little right of that road. You pinch your angle. What's it like on this last approach?
Well, what's funny is it's a unique shot that the players don't see often. Usually it's like D-Glow where you're throwing just straight uphill pretty much the entire time, but now you have to throw uphill, get to a flat shelf, and continue to push forward. It's a very unique technical shot shape, and normally if you don't get it to hit that flat shelf, you're fading off into really thick woods. There's a lot of little trees on both sides of the fairway that are really hard to scramble out of, so it's a very well-deserved birdie, but I can't wait to see the players play it. Every single year it seems to give us some excitement. With that said, we're going to take another commercial break. On the other side, we got the MPO starting at Eureka this afternoon. We'll talk soon.
What makes the halal guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines in NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make difference so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Welcome back. Joined here by PDGA's Hayden Henry yet again. Hayden, Nate Perkins just said that Ledgestone kind of feels like the major of the Midwest, despite it being just on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, but there are some huge PDGA majors coming up. It's a busy time of year for you guys.
Oh my gosh, we were here just a month ago in Peoria for AM Junior World. Seems like a year ago, and then Masters Worlds, the European Swing, Elite Series rolling on. This, obviously the second Elite Plus event of the year. DGPT playoffs coming up in 2 weeks, and it's Worlds Month too, so we got that coming at the end of the month. So just an incredible time of the year, kind of that second half swing, and the grind goes on.
Well, let's talk about what all it takes to put on so many big events, year after year, and seemingly week after week, month after month at this point. How many people are involved in this, not just the PDGA?
I mean, literally around the world. Like I said, we went from Flagstaff, an incredible crew out there, to Europe, and UC and Petrie and his team, and now, there's 2,200 players here this week in Peoria. So just insane. Then we roll to Vermont and Smugs and all that. It's going to be great. You can go get spectator tickets right now for Pro Worlds. Volunteer opportunities are out there, and then U.S. Women's 2 weeks later after that. Just so plenty of golf to consume. It's just really nonstop.
Well, with that said, I know it's kind of a dizzying time of year for you guys. Is there anything else going on with PDGA that we should know about today?
Yeah, if you want to go check out some pending rules for 2024, this is the time to submit your feedback. We had just wrapped up elections, 14% turnout, not that great. Seems like when we bring up rules and open up that floor, you get a little more participation. So here's your chance to see some rule changes that are coming down the pike for 2024.
Just a wild time for the sport of disc golf on all levels. Hayden, thank you. And we're going to send it to a quick snippet from the next player we need to talk about, Ricky Wysocki.
We have not seen you at the Ledgestone with a beard, and the internet is blowing up over it.
Yeah, no, I've never done it before. I'm just going for a new look. I guess, maybe midlife crisis. I don't know. Now that we're playing Northwoods and Eureka, I think that's something that I play really well at, is it doesn't really favor one player or another. And I think that, I have good distance. I have good control. I can throw all the shot shapes into the greens at Northwoods that you need. And so I think that's a big reason, really, is because, they're two completely opposite types of courses. So you may get players that play really well on the open course or wooded course or vice versa. But yeah, I just feel like it's this late in the season. I feel like tournaments later in the season, I feel like I have better form. Typically in Vegas, I don't play as well because I'm still trying to find my form, and I'm not one to practice and grind all off season. I need to give my body a break and kind of and feel like I want to play the best of my ability later on in the season when we have all the majors, we have all the big events, worlds, these Elite Plus events. And so I feel like my body and my game is in a great spot.
Well, it's kind of weird to even say, but Ricky Wysocki this season kind of feels like a wild card. Like, you don't know what you're going to get from him because of his open honesty about his Lyme disease flare-ups. And it seems like right now he seems really happy, really comfortable with where he's at. But what do you speculate on about this?
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, his highs are obviously way up there. I mean, his performance at the Preserve was one of the best performances on the Pro Tour this year, if you take a look at the stats. And then, his performance at the European Open, it was kind of underwhelming, and he just didn't have that consistency. But in that interview, Rick touched on something that you and I have really tried to touch on, is at this point in the season, you're either in that rhythm with your game and your body's feeling good, or you're not in the great rhythm and your body's not feeling good. And so Rick is a veteran, and he knows that this is the time in the year where you need to really, push your chips forward. You need to commit to the pot. He knows how big these tournaments are, and this is one of the most competitive events that we have all year that is not a major.
Well, what I loved hearing from Ricky in the press conference was that he told me that he still feels the same fire and passion for the game that he felt at age 17 when he first came out on the road for the first time. And just to even think about that since he was 17 years old, he's been out here pursuing this dream, and 12 years later, here he is still dominating and playing as consistent as he possibly can.
Yeah, I mean, Ricky is, comparable to Novak and Rafa, like players that just dominate a sport for so long. And as tennis is, golf is a really difficult sport to have that amount of success for that many years. Just the nature of it, challenging the mind as much as it does the body. And Ricky has found a way, with whatever tools he's working with, he has found a way to put himself in the mix for over the last decade. So he's one of the greats of our game.
Well, and what I love is that there's been a really nice relationship between him and the next player we need to talk about, in Corey Ellis. And Corey said that he traveled a little bit with Ricky and has learned a ton from him about how to approach this game at a competitive level. And I've just absolutely adored watching Corey Ellis's game improve. I mean, when he first came onto the scene, the first thing that I ever saw from him was throwing into a headwind 560 and being blown away by just his physical prowess. And now, just over time, playing all the hardest courses in the world on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, his game is kind of compressed. He knows he has the big distance, but now his shot shaping, his accuracy, his consistency is unbelievable. I consider him an elite player, hands down. And his putt is just obviously record-setting. A few years ago, he broke the C2 record. We talked to Corey during the press conference. Let's listen to what he had to say. Such an emotional moment. I mean, even just me standing there next to you with the microphone, I was feeling the emotion coming out of you. Is there like a figurative hangover, so to speak, after something like that happens?
Yeah, I think so. It definitely, I slept pretty good that night. It was kind of hard to go to sleep, but once I fell asleep, I was out.
After such a big victory, do you feel like you can still channel the focus this week? How are you feeling?
Absolutely. Yeah. I've said before, I would never play a tournament I don't think I can win. So if I'm out here, you best believe I'm coming for the win.
Well, very simply put, it seems like he kind of got that weight off his chest at the European Open, and now, just like many other players now, he's now believing that he can be a champion each and every week.
Yeah, I think that monkey off the back, Brian, it makes him a more dangerous player. When Corey started his touring efforts, I mean, he's selling discs out of the trunk of his car, and he's worried about money every week. And you talk to a player like Paul McBeth, and he said, when did the shift happen for him? It's when he stopped worrying about money.
Yeah.
And the big paycheck and everything that comes with taking down a major title, it takes that pressure off. He's got his partner, his wife, Molly, on the tour with him, and they're a little bit less worried about money now, and that makes him a little bit more comfortable out here, and he can just go out, relax, and play his game. That makes him dangerous.
Well, putting his name on the European Open trophy, he joins a very elite list of players. That's something he can be proud of forever. We're going to take another commercial break. We are going to be teasing some early FPO leaders on the other side.
Join the Paul McBeth Foundation's Builders Club to help bring sustainable disc golf experiences to people and communities around the world. For a small monthly donation, you can help us make a real impact. Your donation will go directly to making a difference. By becoming a monthly subscriber, you'll also receive exclusive updates on our work, special offers, and discounts. So join us today and make a difference with the Paul McBeth Foundation. Together we can make a big impact, one small donation at a time.
Welcome back. Early scores coming in. Nothing too special, but again, this is kind of the way of Northwoods here. It's a lot of course management. Nate, what do you think the hot rounds are going to be out here?
Yeah, Northwoods, it's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 to 7, and I think if you shoot a 1 or a 2 under par out here, you are not out of the game. I think this is even. If you go 10 down at sunset and then an even here each day, you're definitely going to be in contention at this tournament. If you can shoot 5 under at Northwood Black, you're probably going to be on the lead card.
Well, let's talk about one last player who actually impressed both of us last week at Harmony Bends, was Holland Handley, who shot a course record or tied the course record on a course that maybe openly she wouldn't be as comfortable on as compared to maybe a golf course.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time with Holland last week. We did post-production after the event, so I got to really grill her about her performances, and she said that she is not comfortable throwing slow speed shots through gaps, and that's exactly what Harmony Bends forced her to do last week, and she looked great. She was throwing her fierce, super slow speeds, nice flat releases, as well as the buzz, just really dialed. She said that even in her bad round, she took nothing but positive from it because she was hitting gaps at slower speeds.
Well, again, preparation for Mid-America is going to pay off this week at Northwoods. We are going to get out there and take a look at the action. We're going to wrap up Tournament Central. Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins. We're going to go take some more notes and walk ourselves. We'll see you out there.
you know, there's always a little bit of pressure to come back and take the title again.
Ladies and gentlemen, Missy Gannon.
I love the game. I still have the same passion I did when I was 17. You know, I'm hoping that lasts for a long time.
This weekend, if my putt is on, I might have a chance.
I would never play a tournament I don't think I can win. So if I'm out here, you best believe I'm coming for the win.
Sunset, I think people are going to put some solid scores, but Northwood, I feel like it's going to count the most there.
I would say there's a couple eagle opportunities if you can throw a driver in the woods.
I think mostly it's all gas, but there's some holes where it doesn't really matter. One little tree kick can kick you out of bounds.
They're two completely opposite types of courses.
We got a good balance of wooded and open with Eureka and Northwood.
The course record just doesn't really have a chance this week, that's for sure.
Welcome back to the States and beautiful Peoria, Illinois for the Discraft Ledgestone Open. Coming off a solid trip to Europe, Missy Gannon looks to defend her Ledgestone title. How will day one go? You'll find out live on the Disc Golf Network. Zoe, let's watch some disc golf. Let's check out our Canna current conditions. The temperature is nice, the humidity could use a little work.
The humidity's pretty high, but hey, that is a Midwest summer.
That's kind of how it goes out here, huh, Zoe?
That's right.
And welcome into the booth in Peoria. I am Ian Anderson. That is Zoe Andyke. Big money Missy. Ledgestone always has a big prize pool. How do you like your chances to defend the title?
Well, if you listen to her interview or you've been following Missy at all this season, she is having the best season of her life, and she is hungry to finish on top. Great memories and experiences here. A lot of things going in her way. I like Missy's chances this weekend.
Yeah, let's check out how it went down last year. One of the few women to take down Tatar last year.
That's right. And in fine fashion, Missy really pulled away from the entire field during the final round. And it wasn't just one skill. It was from the tee, the fairway, and of course, putts. Now that one was short, but Big Money Missy is always cashing in the big putts when it counts. Hoisting the trophy with a lot more money on the line. And remember, this is an Elite Plus, Ian.
Uh-huh. And here it is, like you said, that Big Money Missy. Most people do the opposite here, Zoe. At the bigger prize pool, there's bigger fields. You tend to play worse. She rises to the occasion. It's incredible.
To me, that says Missy answers to pressure. She doesn't apply self-pressure that's unnecessary, but when the pressure is on and the money is high, her play becomes hot.
I remember her first Pro Tour win at Des Moines. She had like a circle's edge putt to win it and cashed it. You know,
and that's where things really got started for Missy too. This is going to be an exciting weekend. We just heard from Missy live on the course with Terry on the ground. She is in a great space to get her title.
There she is warming up. That sounded like a good putt, Zoe.
And that one, barely.
Most of them go in when you're Zoe. And so this is a kind of a new event series we've got going on here, the United Series. We're going to throw up a little explainer to talk about that here for you.
And when I said we heard from Missy earlier, I got to hear from her. You guys will definitely hear a little bit more later.
So there's a new FPO-only Pro Tour event designation applied to 6 of the remaining Pro Tour stops. The point-playing events this season. It's got its own point series. It looks like it will continue as well in 2024.
Yeah, I think this is the name of it is appropriate. United Series, and this is going to be a really fantastic Ledgestone event. Ledgestone always bringing so many extra activations. The AMs also have their tournament. There's over 2,000 players in this event. I think the excitement is it's got to be raised after the European Open, and the levels are high.
I think the closest available Airbnb is like 100 miles away this weekend.
That's right.
Yeah.
The entire area is just jam-packed with disc golf action.
On the course, 5-time world champion, Juliana Korver, her second shot on hole 7. Oh, she is loving that one, Zoe.
Weaving through the trees. And Juliana Korver, she's got all the shots to make things happen as well. Don't count any of your competitors out this weekend. The level of talent is rising. The new players that we haven't even seen are out here, and some of the greatest are here. Now, a very different field than what we saw at the European Open. We know Kristen Tatar is not here. Paige Pierce injured, of course, and not in the field. But so many players waiting to take this Ledgestone title.
Ohn Scoggins.
And Ohn catches an early tree, but be sure to take note. Hole 1 is one of the most difficult par 3s that these ladies actually are going to play all year. I don't believe it's ever been birdied in the past by FPO field.
Someone who could possibly birdie that one, but a little overturn out of King.
That's right, Ian. We heard from her in the press conference yesterday. She's looking for these aggressive lines. A little bit turned over on that shot.
And Badinsky. Out of Canada. She's got a nice swing, Zoe.
She does, but the same mistake that Haley made, it's easy for our righty backhand players to do this. A little extra Anheuser may dump it over.
And this woman should be thinking birdie as well. Holland Hanley with her arm.
That's right. Our elite distance throwers really do have the opportunity, and it would be special to be the first to card the birdie. I love the angle she put this on.
Oh,
an understable disc that she basically released just a click of hyzer, almost flat, didn't flip up too much on her, and she's in the middle of the fairway with an opportunity.
Huge start to the day for Hanley. Love to see that. We're going to kick it on down to Missy Gannon over on the putting green with our man Terry Miller. Take it away, Terry.
Morning, we're catching up with our defending champion in Missy Gannon. Missy, we're about to start this 4-round Elite Plus event. How are you feeling this morning?
Feeling good, yeah. I mean, I've been out here every morning pretty early, so this is actually late for me. It usually is. But, yeah, I'm excited to get back on this course. I love playing in the woods, and I love working on all the angles. So, yeah, it's going to be a good round.
Coming out here early in the morning, getting those reps in, what are some of the things that you picked up or that you put in your notebook or you maybe talked over with Tom as your caddy? What are some of those things that you're going to apply this week?
Well, that's the nice thing about coming out so early is that I can throw as many shots as I want. I can rethrow shots, and so that's something that I really like to do to really nail down my practice plan and my game plan. So, you know, we try to throw the right shot. We try to throw the instinctual shot first, and hopefully that works out. And then we try a couple other things if that didn't work out. Yeah, you know, trying to work off memory because I did play pretty well here last year. So, and then just seeing how my game has developed a little bit or what things I would have changed from last year. So, a lot goes into practice rounds, but that we try to make the most of them so we don't have to maybe play as many practice rounds.
Well, and speaking of changes, one of the things that was discussed in the press conference was we've seen a few sections of the course cleaned up. Anything else that you're noticing out there? Or maybe elaborate on some of those changes.
Yeah, I mean, I think that specifically for viewership, for spectators, I think it's going to be great to be able to see some of those more technical wooded shots. So I think that I think it's great. I mean, I'm still looking down the fairway, and I'm hoping not to be off the fairway, even if it's less, less rough. But yeah, I'm excited to get going on this course and see what I can do.
Well, you start here and you finish here on Sunday, hoping that you can have the same success that you had last year. Best of luck to you out there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Terry and Missy, for that. Looking at Haley King's second on one. A tough lie, but she did some work there, Zoe.
That's right. She's got herself back up in the opportunity for the par. A few moments ago, we saw Ohn's upshot, leaving it outside of circle 1. Hole 1 is so difficult, Ian. I've played it many times throughout the years. I checked it out just a couple of days ago, and it's still just as hard.
Badinski throwing 2. Landed right in the middle and takes advantage fully with that approach, Zoe.
And that is a solid play. The pride of Canada representing in this tournament, and she is in the bullseye.
Losing strokes to no one with a 3-on-1. Great way to start your day on this tough Northwood track. The strokes pile up very quickly on this one, Zoe.
That's right, and it is about maintaining. It's about knowing the angles, and let's just take a look at where our field is at early today.
Sarah Gilpin at the top right now.
Anybody who has a score underneath par is stoked. We're going to see a huge stack up of evens for about the first 9, and then we're going to see things really shake out.
Hanley for 2 and a stroke on the field.
Do it. All right, she grabs a little medal. She's safe to tap in her par, and that still is going to be a stroke on some of the field.
Yeah, probably the average of the field at least. Hole 1 playing 4.83 currently.
Ouch.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. 3.77, excuse me there. Here is Scoggins for par. Ooh.
And with that tree on the right-hand side, that's a pretty, you could count on almost seeing that miss left side. That's a very difficult thing to tilt just the slight Anheuser angle and make that putt.
Swing it over to Haley King and her look at par. One of the best putters on tour, showing you that right there.
That was a very collected, calm, smooth stroke for Haley. I feel like that right there was a signifier that her putt is feeling comfortable and feeling dialed. We're going to see some good putting out of Haley today.
That first putt always tells you something, doesn't it, about the day?
It really does. You can see the nerves or you can see the calmness.
Mm-hmm. There is Scoggins making the comebacker, no problem. That will be for bogey. Badinski, a drop in 3. And Hanley will drop in par. And as they make their way over to hole 2, we're going to sneak in a break on the network. We'll catch you in just a few.
Shot I found. Catch. Huh?
Jonathan, we're getting an anomalous critical failure on your suit. Could you please confirm status?
Sorry, man.
Warning, low oxygen.
Once you log in, it won't depend on the internet.
Welcome back to the action. Your feature 2 card on the T of 2. How do you compare the front 9 to the back 9 here, Zoe? Like, difficulty-wise?
Well, I definitely feel like the back 9 has a little bit sharper of teeth. But this whole entire course, you have to treat like 18 tournaments. And you really have to reset on every tee pad.
There was a king forehand. Looks like it stayed in the middle.
That's really all you can ask for, is to keep it in the fairway. No matter what kind of distance, if you want any opportunity, you've got to be in the fairway here.
Badinsky?
Oh, I like how, I loved how wide she had it. I just wanted to see that clean through. She is in the fairway.
Now Handley.
And if you're going to throw that backhand turnover shot, you do have to push the left side of the fairway. So, I mean, she was really trying to get some distance there, and being the beginning of the tournament, that was a great try. Now Holland has it dialed up.
Oh.
But still catches a late tree. That right there speaks to how difficult Northwoods is.
A friendly kick out of the woods there for Handley as well. Scoggins going to the turnover.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised myself, Ian. I thought she was going to go with the forehand.
This looks nice.
All right, there it is, the overstable disc play. She really had a drastic, almost roller angle on that and weaved it through.
Sarah Gilpin to finish the front 9, 2 under par, and take a lead into the back. There she goes.
What a fantastic front 9. No bogeys. That having a clean scorecard, first of all, through the front 9 would be the first task. Carding those 2 birdies, wow.
Love to see it. One more quick break on the network. When we come back, your featured card takes a tee at Northwood. We'll catch you there.
My name is Garrett Girthy, and I'm the founder of Double G Craft Jerky.
I love the fact that it's resealable. I can just get a little bit, keep my energy levels up, but not eat like a half of a meal in the middle of my round.
My favorite bag is the smashed cracked pepper. That's my perfect salty snack.
This is my go-to, the Sexton Sweet and Spicy. If this bag gets open, there's no need for the seal, because I'm gonna eat it all.
The Trilogy Challenge is back, y'all.
My favorite putter, which is the Retro Orbit Pure.
Mine will be a Tournament Ice Orbit Warship.
And the driver for the Trilogy Challenge is my signature series, Fusion Ice Orbit Vandal. Are you ready to hit the course with these 3 discs for the Trilogy Challenge?
I hope you are. If you need more information, then go check out trilogychallenge.com.
Trilogy Challenge 2023. Be there.
On the
the surface, Ledgestone is one of disc golf's leading retailers. But look a little closer and you'll find a group of motivated individuals providing the best possible service to the disc golf community. So whether you're building a bag, wanting to support your favorite pro, or looking to add to your disc golf wardrobe, choose Ledgestone.
Welcome back to the action at Northwood Black. Your feature card about to take the tee down there. Let's swing on down. Sarah Hokum, 2012 world champion, keeping it clean. That's the name of her game, Zoe.
And that would be very helpful all throughout today's round.
2012 Ledgestone champion, 2012 world champion, Sarah Hokum.
Couple of significant titles there to come into this event. Although it was 2012, Sarah Hokum has been a solid staple player in our FPO division for over a decade.
Ooh, early tree and a nasty kick to the right for Hokum.
And you'll notice there's quite an elevation decrease off of this tee. That disc was released just too high.
Ledgestone champion, two-time world champion, Katrina Allen.
Allen goes to the forehand, throws it nice and low.
And some might be a little surprised out there to see Allen go with the forehand, but she is playing this hole for par, and that was well executed.
Set a course record last week. We'll look to do it again here.
And she is the woman with the course record at Northwood, so, and her highest rated round being played here.
Look who's on the bag there.
Oh my.
And your defending champion, Missy Gannon, will look to repeat. This is the shot. Can it stay clean?
Oh, yeah.
A part job? A part job from Gannon. Oh, my goodness.
Ian, we've never seen an FPO drive get that far, and that is a no-doubt tap-in birdie. Oh, my goodness.
Nobody had gotten into circle one, Zoe. This is a spicy start to the tournament for Missy Gannon. Hello,
Take a look
guys.
at this. Just a little bit of hyzer angle on her flippier thrasher. The trust and the knowledge and experience with this disc, weaving it all the way around the right side of the fairway, skipping those trees, and yep, under the basket. Missy is here to defend.
Incredible. Get some knucks from husband Tom. Right there's the smile I thought we'd see a while ago out of Missy. She was playing it cool for a little bit.
I'm just picturing the checklist of the 18 tournaments here that she's playing today, and she just checked off the first box in style.
Hokum, though, in trouble. Off fairway right, up the hill. A lot to work with here. Throwing two. A little bit of Army golf. Going to the other side of the fairway for her third. We'll look to salvage bogey from there. Jumping ahead to your leader, Sarah Gilpin on the tee of 10.
She's made it halfway through the course, and she's got the back half into me, the harder half to go. There's a low ceiling on this shot. Some might think, oh, this is more of an open fairway, but the difficulty is still high. Hard to progress super far up the fairway when you don't have a lot of airspace.
Yeah, really low ceiling. Gilpin testing that ceiling and doing it well.
Excellent shot.
Back to King, putting for birdie on 2.
Oh, and I'm glad she drew metal there. That was a good-looking shape. There is a downhill drop-off behind the basket, so that's a dangerous putt.
Haley King never scared of a dangerous putt, though, is she?
That's right. I'm still thinking about that Missy Gannon tee shot, the first birdie ever on this hole.
And Missy throws far, too, but she's not, like, you know, top 10 in power on tour, but hit that line just perfectly.
It was everything dialed in. We heard her interview early this morning. She's put the practice rounds in, and she is confident. That's a dangerous combination for the rest of the field.
Hokum looking to get up and down for bogey now. Out in circle 2.
She's going to have to make a big putt
to
salvage the bogey. You know, one thing I've noticed about Northwoods is that you really can't come in scared or nervous. You have to, if you're nervous, which would be normal, you've got to put the face on, show the course that you are there to attack and you are there to play solid golf. Northwoods is going to eat you alive if you're afraid.
Mandujano looking to get up and down for par. Beautiful forehand just outside bullseye. Nice recovery shot there.
Absolutely. That she knows that's exactly what she needed to do in order to keep her scorecard clean on the very first hole, and that's the start you want on Northwoods.
And Katrina Allen with her second, playing this one for par. Mid-circle 1. Should work for a par for Katrina. Jumping ahead to Ohn Scoggins with a birdie look. Hole 2.
And danger just doesn't even bother this woman. Again, huge drop-off behind, but she has no problem.
Gilpin on 10. You saw the drive. Here's the birdie putt.
And just a little bit low and right side. This is a dangerous basket to have your disc react off of, too. It can go quite far being elevated and on a slight mound.
Yeah, you can find some brush back there, too. Hokum for bogey, circle 2. It will be a double bogey start for Hokum. Will be 4 off the lead after 1 hole.
Not the start Hokum was looking for, but 17 more holes to do a lot of work.
Yep. Katrina looking at par.
Looks like the warm-up routine serves her well. The putt also looking very comfortable, smooth, dialed in.
Yep. She planned her throws and she threw her plan. Got her 3.
I like that.
Mandujano looking for par as well. Nicely done there. Hokum a double. And Missy Gannon, the only woman in circle 1.
That is so incredible,
birdie.
Ian. I mean, she didn't even have to barely reach. The elbow wasn't even all the way extended straight. Incredible.
That was like a 50-point bullseye, not the 25, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah. Look at this from Gannon, weaving it perfectly down the fairway. Come on.
I bet you that was better than Missy ever planned it.
Yeah.
And that's the best feeling in disc golf. Oh,
there it is.
Better than I drew it up.
The first birdie ever on hole 1 at Northwood Black. That's not even just this tournament. That's, going back. As long as the holes existed, we've come here.
The test of time. What an incredible thing. This is the Discraft Ledgestone Open, and Missy has represented her sponsors in fine fashion on hole 1 to start the tournament.
Yeah, usually that stat comes after a huge circle 2 maker, you know, not a double bullseye drop in.
Tap in, wow.
Missy doing things, starting her defend. Hoping the rest goes as well as one, I'm sure. Swinging ahead, Ohn Scoggins on the tee of 3. You like it, Zoe?
Well, I feel like that came out just a little bit earlier than Ohn planned. We know she throws over stable, so that's going to be on the right side or potentially just off the fairway.
Gilpin coming back for par on 10 to maintain that 1-stroke lead. Sarah very slowed on the green. Continues that right there. Looking at Maria Oliva's scorecard. Started exciting and has continued to be exciting, Zoe.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
A lot of color on there. Now Maria does this. She may have a tough start, but then she recovers with a birdie right away. Takes another stroke off on 5. A little bit of difficulty to be found, and then more birdies to answer.
Tee of 2, Missy Gannon.
Again, homework done, experience shown, execution, check it off for Missy Gannon.
Lovely. Katrina Allen will look to hop on those vapor trails.
You can see a very similar shape for Kat, and she is in the middle of the fairway. This is setting up for great positioning.
Mandujano. It's a little tight, but gets some nice ground play.
Yeah, definitely good ground play there. That was low and drastic angle.
Sarah Hokum lining up her lefty backhand that will turn into a forehand here. It looks like that every time.
Every time. I was a little afraid that that was too high, and yes, she does get cut down. There's a pretty serious uphill right off of the tee, so it's hard to not release it too high. You got to work with that airspace.
Swinging back to Ohn for her second on 3. You saw the drive?
And this landed way better than what I was picturing. Ohn is in pretty good shape, but again, this is difficult for her to choose between the backhand and the forehand.
If you want to watch the entirety of Ohn's rounds, it'll be over on Ace Run Pro tomorrow. That's pretty good from Scoggins.
Yeah, she does have a look, and it's straight downhill. She just made one of those putts.
On 11, Sarah Gilpin. Oh.
A very birdieable hole for our entire field. That will result in a scramble.
And Hanley on 3.
Looking good and getting caught nicely right next to the basket.
Nice little tree mac there. And back to Hokum on 2, throwing 2. The hyzer flip forehand pushes really nicely.
And that tree that was right next to her, really, that was something mentally she had to defeat right before she pulled that arm swing through. That was a really challenging shot, and Sarah just champed it.
Ohn Scoggins, birdie putt. You saw the first 2 on 3. Your Mid-America Open champion, Ohn Scoggins.
And these last 2 positions really giving Ohn a lot to think about, but once she gets herself comfortable, watch out basket. Just right off the mark. That is a really steep downhill, too. I think just keeping your balance there is like the first goal. It's hard to think about the putt.
Back to 11 for Gilpin's second. Tag that tree just next to her off the drive. This is for an extra stroke on that lead, but it looks like it'll stay at 1 after a nice approach. And Mandujano throwing 2.
Wow, Ian, beautiful flight through the woods. It goes through the opening to the basket, and she's got a putt.
Well into circle 1. Missy Gannon, left side of the fairway for her second. Looking beautiful. Also well into circle 1 goes Gannon to start the tournament. Birdie, birdie. Title defense starting strong. Allen, this came out early.
She got a really big skip forward to the basket. However, she's off the fairway, and there's quite a few trees to contend with for her putt.
Yeah. Bit of a misfire there for Katrina.
That was somewhat of a bonus, though, because she released it nose down right into the ground. I was kind of afraid the disc was going to stop right there. I think she got about 70 feet on that skip.
Yeah, it looked like it got pretty close. I like her chances for par. Looks like a tough birdie look, though. And Gilpin dropping in her par on 11 after a beautiful approach. Your leader by a stroke. Keeping it clean, Northwood Black. Not easy to do. As you see, there are quite a few trees down there. And it is stacking up, Zoe. Look at that, just one stroke.
And we're going to see this throughout the first 9 to maybe 12 holes. And then I think we're going to start seeing some major separation. A lot of ladies moving way up and plummeting way down. The back 9 is really where a lot of strokes will be adding up.
Hokum throwing 3 on 2. Technical turnover backhand from Hokum is done nicely into circle 1. They're over there looking at Katrina Allen, I would imagine, heading into the woods. Not too far, though, Zoe, thankfully, huh?
Yeah, there is some airspace out here to her left, and Katrina's amazing with those putter up shots, putter throwing, anything with a putter in her hand. She's got the skills, so that will result her in a par.
Likely, yep. Call that one good, not great, out into circle 1. With your leader, Gilpin, on the tee of 12. Signature hole out here at Northwood.
One of the most infamous holes in all of disc golf, actually. Hole 12 on the FPO and MPO side. Very famous, very high difficulty.
Easy snowman, Zoe. And Gilpin.
Well placed. You want that for a righty backhand thrower. Your goal is to be just slightly off to the left-hand side.
A nice putt from Mandujano on 2. Getting her under par on the day. Allen for par.
And that looks dialed in. Kat keeping it clean.
Hokum, her comebacker. Also looking at par. Not to be for Hokum. Will be 3 over through 2.
Not the start Sarah was looking for. The putt there was a strong attempt. She gave it everything she needed to try to make that putt.
And we'll again start her title defense 2 for 2. You like your chances.
That's right. Look at that. 2 blue on the card after 2.
Fires that one home. They're making their way to 3, and while they do, we're sneaking in a break. We'll be back in just a few.
Come on!
Unbelievable.
You missed that, you're going out of bounds easily.
Going for the eagle in these conditions. He parked that.
And there it is. Look at the big beast.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
Welcome back to the action. Missy Gannon, 2 through 2, now on the tee of 3. Talk about that, Zoe. A little left in the fairway. You okay over there?
Well, yeah, I think she's going to be able to step out and pull off a shot. See, look at that smile. She's not even stressing it.
Mandujano. Get off that tree.
I was going to say, just get around that tree.
Hopefully it's not as far as it looks. Holland Hanley, tee of 4. Coming off a birdie on 3.
And that, I feel like the trees are being very friendly today at Northwoods. That kicked her right back into action in the fairway.
And back to 3 for Allen's drive.
This is a little bit wider and better ground action. Katrina really leaning into her sidearm skills today at Northwoods.
And Haley King on the tee of 4.
A low line drive all the way through the woods.
Really
that
nice.
was great position. I think she's the farthest up the fairway.
And back to Hokum on 3. Look at all this disc golf action coming your way.
A little bit high, but I like the power and the angle she put on that. She's set up for a good second shot.
Let's check out Zoe's keys, brought to you by our friends at blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, you've got to have extreme accuracy off the tee, in the fairway, and definitely on the putting green. You've got to make the initial gap everywhere on this course. If you can get through just that initial gap, at least you've got a chance. Hey, and take your medicine. If you are getting kicked off the fairway, pitch right back in. If you're going to try to pull off a hero shot, Northwoods will certainly show you not possible unless you're in the fairway.
Missy Gannon throwing 2.
And really,
hole 3.
Ian, this is much better than what I was thinking. Full power shot.
Casting that one a little right. Missy's first par likely coming up. See if she can poke it through the trees, though. We'll see. She might have a chance. Third shot for Gilpin on 12. You saw the drive, pitched up to here.
Great positioning for Sarah here. Left side again, shaping up for the righty thrower so nicely.
Testing that right side. And that's
yes.
Probably edge of circle.
I think she's in circle too, but I think she's got a good look from there.
Awesome. Mandujano on 3. Oh.
No. Still in the fairway.
Yep. It's a solid caddy right there. Sarah Hokum in her second. And that will give Sarah a look at her first birdie of the day, hoping to erase some of those bogey strokes from 1 and 2. And now Alan second. Looks like Cat going overstable mid-range. Using some body English to get that one around the tree and kicks it into the green. Alan will be looking at birdie as well. Second shot for Hanley, hole 4. Very nice drive. Just looks like a overstable approach disc coming from Hanley. Flexing that one in. And
great shot.
Onto the green goes Holland. That should give Holland a share of the lead. You like your chances anyway. Mandujano, that was her third. She'll have a little bit of work left on that par putt. Checking out your scores early. Under is good at Northwood, Zoe.
Under is raising up to the task, Ian. If you're going to leave anywhere under par from Northwoods, you can kind of hang up your chips at the end of the day, pat yourself on the back, and know that you are a very good disc golfer. And if these women can take on that attitude and bring it into rounds 2 and 3, I think it'll give them the energy they need to persevere that final round.
We got a new name up there, Stacy Kiefer, who used to be Stacy Haas. Yeah, congrats
to her.
Stacy and Kevin making that official. And Missy Gannon looking through the woods at birdie.
Wow, what a fantastic shot. I could barely even see that airspace. She puts it on a little bit of Anheuser with her putter and just let it pan right to the basket. Incredible.
Gave it a chance and still keeps it very close. Mandujano on the wrong side of this big tree, looking at par.
Uncomfortable, no doubt. That's a huge tree, and she doesn't have a ton of length to stretch out with. If she can make this putt, this would be incredible. Only about an inch low. Great effort from Alexis.
Sometimes tough to dial in that elevation on those up and down putts, Zoe.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd say uphill putts and downhill putts are the hardest ones to make unless you've got a ripping right to left or crosswind.
Fair. Sarah Hokum looking at birdie. And unable to find the bottom of the bucket is Hokum. She will stick it 3 over through 3. And looking at a stroke on the card is Katrina Allen for birdie. And nicely done by Allen. Let's jump ahead to with Haley King while they clean these up. On hole 4, throwing her second. That's a massive drive. And
wow. Excellent shot. These girls really have Northwoods figured out. It's so much different year after year, and I feel like our field is seriously filleting this course.
And Gilpin for a turkey in the solo lead on 12.
If anyone says they are in position for a turkey or birdies at Northwoods, they are playing good.
Sorry, not a turkey there for Gilpin, but it is a par. It will be her 4th in a row. Scoggins with a... Oh, no, it dribbled out.
I don't know.
I don't think she knows it yet.
Knew that?
She's going to find out right now. Oh, my. Yep. That was my reaction too, Ohn. Brutal.
Brutal spit out.
Ugh.
It was on hyzer coming into the chains on the strong side, so you can't blame Ohn for thinking that was in the bottom of the basket.
Spent a while in those chains. One more look at this for Scoggins. It hurts to watch, but you always want to see it. What a putt, too. This is circle 2. Oh, it comes back out. Off the pole. Brutal.
And those chains are just heavy. There's a thicker and a little more amount of chains on these Mach X's, and it was just like an inch or so too high. I agree, Ohn. That was mean.
Feel ya, Ohn. Feel ya. Brutal. Let's fly 4, Zoe. Talk about this one.
Well, it's a little bit friendlier off of the tee box, to be honest with you. The gap is much wider, and so I talk about that initial gap you've got to hit. For this one, you want to stay clean for a righty backhand, something that can give a little bit of right, but certainly have the stability to come back left. Right here, right about this area is where you want to place your first shot. You can see the bridge, you can see the basket, and then you're going to have an option for a step out forehand or something a little bit understable backhand, potentially a mid-range, to place yourself in position for this birdie. Very gettable if your tee shot is landed correctly.
I'm going to jump back to the tee. Allen.
It was a nice little funnel ground action back into the fairway. I think Katrina's in decent shape there.
And Hanley for a share of the lead and a birdie on 4. Has already chased down Gilpin. Also tied with Min, who is back on the tee.
Yes, she beat that one tree. Now, she hits the late tree, but like I talked about just a second ago, if you can make the initial gap that you have to off of each tee shot, you're going to be all right. Missy's fine right there.
Sarah Hokum.
A bit high, but that's the collection zone. I don't think there's any trouble. Sarah's just going to have to pull out a placement shot.
And Mandujano. This needs to turn. This is trouble, Zoe. Our first time in the rough here for the feature card. Well,
That's
in the rough
right.
anyway.
And it's time to see a pitch out.
Yeah.
Positioning is what she's going for.
Tee of 5 with Holland Hanley. It was a little early, and looks like we're pointed into the woods for Holland's second. And your scores, 3-way tie at the top.
Yeah, a couple at 2 down. Now we know Sarah is quite a bit further up ahead on the course. Missy and Holland both just in the very first few holes of their rounds. That is some solid play. Quite a few people stacked up at 1 down and then a bunch at even. The field just keeps getting better,
Yeah,
Ian.
they sure do.
And Northwood's becoming more playable.
Here's where the drive for Hanley ended up throwing 2. And you called it, Zoe, just a pitch out there for Hanley, and that's done nicely.
Taking the medicine.
There you go. couple of world champions cutting it up right there. Mandujano. Maybe they're making plans to go to the whole all guys after the round.
I hope so.
You know?
My mouth is always watering when we're talking about these guys.
Seriously. Hoping that one got out for Mandujano. I think it did.
And Sarah grabbing range. Sarah knows she's such an experienced player. She's really put in a lot of time on the tour over the years. Right now, she's trying to get herself back to comfortable and back to confident. For those of you out there that are aspiring to be tournament players, aspiring to become professionals, take a look at body posture. Notice the energy or the focus being put in. Sarah has definitely been struggling and pressing, but she's trying to get herself back to comfortable.
Shape on this one, beautiful.
I love it. And I think the trees gave her a little bit of friendly kick there. She's going to have a tap-in par. That feels good.
Birdie even, I believe.
Oh.
Right?
You're right. So this is going to help even more than a par.
Yeah.
Asking for it to get down. It does, and it gets that nice little tap. Stress-free birdie is exactly what she wanted.
Yeah, it's definitely what she needed as well. Over to Allen for her second on the same.
Oh, and early means down in the bottom of that gully. I don't remember a year past when anybody really makes a putt from down there. A lot of people try. Very difficult to do. I mean, it's like 15 feet or higher straight up in the air.
Gilpin, tee of 13. Survived 12 with a par.
And remember, hole 12 starts the very, very difficult back nine. We're now on a par 4, where placement is everything off the tee. If you're not in the perfect spot, you really have to pitch.
Yeah, 10 or 11 are kind of cupcakes on the course. Then you get to 12, and you're like, all right, here's the real back nine.
That's right.
Missy Gannon. Back on 4. Ooh. That's a nice kick, at least. Towards the middle, but
A late release. I think she was trying to put a little bit of extra juice into that in that throw because she saw a cat go down to the bottom of the gully. Could have accidentally had some grip lock on that.
Hanley throwing 3. Just looking for the up and down par at this point. Almost throws in the birdie, though.
Great shape on that shot.
Goodness.
Holland dialing it in.
Barely missed. Mandujano. A lovely approach.
And using the ground. That was the perfect height to actually get just a little bit of that ground action.
And that will clean up her par after the drive into the woods. Nicely scrambled. Looking down. Are there people down there, Zoe? Oh, I see somebody.
Hard to tell with all these trees
There's a
at
lot
Northwoods.
of trees. Seriously. Man, if you're close, though, this course is worth a drive to go play. It is an absolute gem. All kinds of great course features, amazing bridges, just like right here. That one on 12 is a beaut.
A lot of work, a lot of resources, and a lot of manpower put in out here to build this course, and it's evolved through the years, and I feel like it's finally at its perfect stage.
There's a ton of different layouts you can come play, too.
That's true.
Gannon's 3rd.
Wow.
Oh.
Pretty high difficulty level and body positioning, and she's under the basket.
Yeah. Perfectly done for a par. Katrina heading down into the creek for her 3rd. They've got her in circle 2 for this birdie look, but like Zoe mentioned, this is a tough one. And a better look at Kat's birdie bid. Conceding par.
Yeah, that's about best case scenario there.
is a Paul Macbeth on the Mandujano bag. How about that, Zoe?
You know, I haven't seen this in years. Paul Macbeth caddying for teammate Alexis. Now that is something special. I got to point out what a boost it would be to have that caliber of a teammate on the bag.
Yeah.
And the confidence that adds in. Potentially even like the self-pressure or the positive kind you want to, like that drive, you're digging in deep. You got Paul Macbeth on the bag. Excellent.
There's a par for Gannon, a par for Allen. That was followed by a hokum, or preceded by a hokum birdie, excuse me. And they are off to hole 5. There is Paul and Alexis. Jumping ahead to one of your leaders, Sarah Gilpin, her second. Hole 13. Putting this one short of the OP pond there, Zoe.
Smart play by Sarah Gilpin. You've got to put yourself in position if you're out of position to attack.
And Hanley, after the drive into the woods, does scramble up a very nice par on 5. Badinsky. That is a par for Chantel. Even on the day, not bad. And back to 5's tee for Sarah Hokum. Coming off the birdie on 4. A little early, Zoe, but it kind of made the corner, didn't it?
Yeah, she's just on the edge. I got to point out, over the years, Sarah's obviously done tons of work on the backhand, but to be pulling it out at Northwood's Black, and look at how wide. That's like all of 12 to 15 feet, those 1, 2, 3 first initial gaps off the tee, and she's trusting that backhand here.
Katrina. Doesn't like it. Is it early? It is.
Yeah, she's going to be in short of that position we just saw Sarah get to. Definitely early release for Katrina.
Mm-hmm. Missy Gannon. One of your 4 co-leaders. Oh, a missed release from Gannon. I want to call it a friendly kick, though. It kicked back towards the fairway, at least.
Yeah, it didn't go deeper in the woods. She's off the fairway on the left, but she still might have a room to attack.
Mandujano, right down the middle of the fairway.
That's what we were trying to see. And even though she hits the late tree, look at that. She's perfectly placed. She doesn't even actually know how good that is because that tree kick. She's probably expecting to be behind there.
Yeah, true. One more look. Your Northwood course record holder. Here's her drive. One more look at this one. That's course record holder kick right there, right?
That's what I would say.
Yeah.
Shooting that 7 down last year, I mean, the course wasn't even this opened up, cleared out, evolved.
True.
That was some work done.
Well, let's check out that action.
Big putts. She came in the middle of the chains every time when she's dialed in. She's got a very versatile game, though. The forehand and the backhand, very strong on both sides.
Really comes in handy on a course like this where you're heading into the woods, scrambling out with some reach-out forehands and making great putts like that.
A putt like that, that's really doing the job.
Speaking of reach-out forehands, here is Gannon's second.
Yeah, you were right, Ian. Not a bad kick off that initial tree hit.
If it goes right, she's in a lot more trouble there. One of your co-leaders, Holland Hanley. A little short back up here on 6's tee.
It was low out of her hand, but that's a great place. And she's in the middle of the fairway. Good placement for the second shot.
Jumping back to Gilpin on 13, her third over the OB pond. Long and right is trouble as well. And she pitches it short and left. She'll have a little bit of work left on that putt.
Really good way to dissect this hole since she didn't get her drive far enough past that corner. She's got a chance for the par.
Back to Gannon. In her third. Still hasn't made the corner, Zoe.
Yeah, this is very tough. I see her looking up, and there is not a lot of airspace, so she's going to try to cut the corner a little bit, but this is actually, it's not a slow speed disc, excuse me.
Oh, yeah.
She's going to cut the corner and try to get up the fairway.
You know, it looks like a kick back to the fairway at least.
Yeah, I'm hoping that'll give her a decent angle.
Looking like one of your leaders will be picking up a bogey here on 5. Allen also did not make the corner, but this is her second.
And at this moment, Kat's just trying to figure out where the most real estate, where the most airspace is just to get over to the fairway. So you can see on hole 5.
Oh, we got a tomahawk.
How important this drive is. Wow, I don't remember ever seeing Kat pull out a tomahawk.
I can't.
All right. Now that is some true experience and skill. Pulling out anything she's got in the bag to get up the fairway.
I wonder if we get a smile after that tomahawk. We're talking about it with Paul, it looks
I was going
like.
to say, it looks like Paul Macbeth gave that one some props.
Yeah. Here's the par look for Gilpin on 13 to maintain her share of the lead. Oh, a lot of chains, but just dribbles out of the bucket.
That was a heartbreaker.
Sarah Hokum.
Really great work being done by our camera crew on the ground. This here gives our viewers at home really just a look at what it feels like to be off the fairway at Northwoods.
Hokum throwing 2. It sounded like it got out clean.
It was clean, but it kept panning back towards the woods. I think she's going to have an obstructed putt.
Yeah. At least you like her chances for par.
Yes.
From there. Mandujano throwing 2.
Man, and the comfortability of that shot just came all the way through to the booth. I mean, she's looking very poised, very confident. That drive was really what Alexis needed.
We'll have a little bit of work left on that putt, though, for birdie. A tiny bit short on the approach there. Gannon already throwing her 4th on the par 4-5.
Great upshot for Missy Gannon there.
Hanley throwing her 3rd.
She likes it. I want to point out the height, Ian. Some people might have thought that was like low and she could have broke off more, but Holland is really showing some, I would say, experience built upon in her young career. That was a great play. She's not trying to bite off too much to attack Northwoods.
It kind of reminds me of how Kristen Tatar plays. You know, very low drives. You know, it kind of minimizes the risk.
Yeah.
The ability for the disc to get left or right at the end.
Okay, now this is going to be a look at where Sarah's disc got up to, because it did travel up the fairway a pretty good distance. But it looks thick in there.
It sure does.
Oh, there's a view.
Look at this.
Could Sarah Hokum make this circle 2 putt? Boy, the positive energy that would come off of that. Almost.
Just a little short on that bid from circle 2 is Hokum. We'll clean up par, though. Not a bad score on 5. Mandujano, a birdie look. Circle 1.
Absolutely no problem. Now, again, these baskets, they have a lot more chains. You do not want your putt to hit too high. We could see a spit out if that happens. You want to hit just below that, like, center target line.
The Gannon bogey puts her 1 off the lead of Hanley and Stephanie Vincent. Allen for par. Stephanie Vincent has birdied 3 of the last 4 and now playing hole 12. Allen, a nice putt for par. Hokum will drop in hers. And they're off. On Hanley. Now her 3rd shot, excuse me, that last one was in the past. Dead center on that one. We'll be playing this one for par now. 2nd shot for Gilpin on 14. Coming off her first bogey of the day back on 13. A very nice drive. The meat here, though, Zoe, is that 2nd shot, no?
It's true. And we saw her do a couple of really nice practice swings with that sidearm, but I think she wanted a little more Anheuser angle to weave the disc back.
Yeah, I left that one right-hand side of the fairway. Hopefully it stayed clean over there, and your score is just 1 stroke separating the entire top 10.
I got to shout out Stephanie Vincent, a Masters player and one that's been in the professional field for well over a decade, probably approaching 2 decades.
Hey.
Coming out of Texas, huge supporter of women's disc golf, and she decided she was going to put it all on the line and go out on tour last year. And she definitely is picking and choosing her events wisely. She just placed 4th at the Masters World. Stephanie is really into a solid place in her game right now. Holland Hanley looking for that title, and a bunch of people stacked up at 1 down now.
Haley King in the mix there, along with Alexis. Haley King has kept it clean so far. 1 birdie through 5 holes. Mandujano now on the tee of 6.
Oh, yes, and that comes right back into the edge of the fairway.
Picture perfect from Mandujano. Hokum.
I love the angle she put on that. Great height, but it faded just off the fairway. Sarah Hokum, though, that disc is flippy, and she put a bunch of hyzer on it, watching it flip up and over. That's the way you weave through the trees. And being, she's like the sidearm angle queen. Her and Jessica Weiss really have those dialed. Not a bad shot.
A late release for Allen is just inside those guardian trees.
Too much hyzer angle on the disc, though. She's off the fairway.
That's a bit of a miss there for Allen. You can see her looking at that swing. She missed on the angle and the release point there. Gannon. Ooh, nice.
And there is some recovery and attack coming out of Missy Gannon.
This is our first par 5 of the day. Let's take a look at it, Zoe.
Yeah, there's 3 par 5s on this course, and a third of the way through it, we come to hole 6's 790-foot hole. It's ranking the 4th hardest today. You can see why. The fairway is, I would say, wider than about half of them out here, but still very tight. Got a corner to get to, or at least to place yourself in a good position to get around. 5 strokes to play with, so there is a little bit of room to be off the fairway in advance and place yourself up there. But this corner right here, you've got to be in position, and you really want to be on the right-hand side. You can get away with some early stuff on that inside gap, but right side will shape it up nicely for you to attack. Averaging 5.38 just on the day, and it's been much higher in previous years. Got some nice clear out on the right-hand side there, though. A little more opportunity.
What a beautiful par 5 through the woods, though. Got the grass fairways. Premium stuff here.
I really like to see that evolution of a course. There wasn't any grass on these fairways in previous years, and now it's settled, it is manicured, and it is ready for the top touring pros to play.
Speaking of top touring pros, a couple right there. Paul back after his summer break in Europe. They are waiting on a backup currently. So we're going to sneak ahead to Holland Hanley on the same hole. This will be her 4th. Going 4-hand roller. Oh no, just an anizer.
I thought that was correct, Ian, but she just whipped that flatter wrist angle, and she does catch a late tree.
In circle 2 now, looking at par. Haley King has been struggling on this one. This is her 6th already. She's picking up her first over stroke hole of the day.
These are the things that can happen at Northwood, and if we do have backups, I'd say most likely caused from a player just not making it through a fairway as planned.
Yeah. Badinsky on the same. A long look at birdie.
Oh, good effort there. I wanted to see the birdie card. That would have brought her way up on the field. No stress par tap in for her is just fine.
Paul caddying and spotting. Gilpin. Her 4th shot on 14. Just looking for the up and down par now. Whoa, that's still a ways back, Zoe.
Yeah, to catch that tree just mid-flight, not what she was looking for.
And was tied for the lead a moment ago, and will now find herself at least 2 off.
And it really does happen so fast. It can be one fairway that takes you from the top of the leaderboard or approaching the top all the way to the middle or bottom.
Holcomb.
Still off the fairway on the right-hand side. Little frustration could be building in some of our field. Northwoods was being pretty friendly in the beginning.
It'll get you.
That's right.
I remember a couple years ago, this course had its way with Paul Macbeth. He went full tilt on this course. There is Hanley finding a tree on her putt for par. She'll clean up bogey and lose her share of the lead. We'll have a solo leader after this one. Back on the fairway, Mandujano. Talk about that, Zoe.
Well, I was just going to say, pretty good shot. I really liked the angle and the height. However, she took kind of a gnarly bounce. You can't plan for what the ground is actually going to do to your disc, and I would have expected that to come in the fairway where it kicked her right to the edge of the trees. It was a good shot, though, still.
Yeah, a lot of progress, if nothing else, on a par 5. Allen.
Looking for position. And we hear the claps. I would have called it that way myself, but the audience, which I would like to point out on a Thursday, already gathering, gives Katrina the claps.
Haley King putting for double bogey. Come on, Haley King. What a save.
Now that feels incredibly good for putting a 7 on the scorecard with dark red. Making a putt like that could erase the negative memories and create some positive energy for her to take into the next hole.
I like that idea. Missy Gannon throwing 2 on 6.
Well-placed shot by Missy. She gave it really good height so that when it came down and hit the ground, it was most likely just going to pretty much stop. And that's what it did.
Holland Hanley for bogey. Head on the green of the same. And Gilpin, this is her par putt on 14. Another one of our par 5s out here. And she just lays that one up for bogey. And speaking of bogey, Stephanie Vincent also carded a bogey on 12. And the lead is now at 1. And there's a log jam at the top.
Log jam, you said it, I think 8, 9?
9.
9 players are tied for first place. I'm not sure I've ever seen that.
Wow.
For any opening round.
Yeah.
So minimize damage, collect your confidence, take your medicine, and pass those trees. So many things to consider, think about, and dial in for Northwoods.
6 is fairway with Hokum throwing 3. That's a nice flip on that.
Powerful for Sarah Hokum's backhand. She advances nicely up the fairway, could recover.
Looks like they're giving her on the fairway after 3. A little closer than fairway, though. Hopefully we'll get a UDisc update shortly from our scorers. And, oh, those...
Yep.
I remember those things.
Tag-alongs there from nature.
Katrina Allen, her 3rd. That's an early release from Allen. Struggling on the release point here is Katrina.
A little frustration. Be careful. You don't want the Northwoods course to see that, Cat. Might just add to the problems. Got to really collect and reset.
Peeking down. Got 6's green and 7's tee down there. A live look down from our Flight Factory drone. And they are running a 10% off sale all weekend at the Flight Factory to celebrate the National Disc Golf Day. Use code DiscGolfDay to get 10% off your entire order at the Flight Factory. How about that?
What are you doing at home to celebrate National Disc Golf Day? Tag the Pro Tour. Be sure you're watching the Disc Golf Network and be a good friend. Get someone a subscription. The disc golf is heating up towards the end of the season, and the majors are on their way here.
Mandujano's 3rd on 6. I don't think that will produce bogey, but should produce par. She's got a chance at birdie.
Yeah, with the way Alexis can putt, and she's been putting great today, that is a possibility.
Tom and Missy getting ready for her next shot. I finally met Tom at the Portland Open, a gem of a human, just like Missy. You know.
Team captain Tom,
Yep.
kind of known as really great at all sports, but mostly for the great attitude and energy he brings, building up everyone around him.
And a great shot by Gannon into circle 1. Well done, Missy.
Katrina's spotting her landing zone. She needs this to be in perfect position. Well done. She's going to have to make a distance putt there in circle 1, but that was a good shot.
One of your many co-leaders, Holland Hanley, on the tee of 7. Oh, didn't bend it quite in time. Doesn't look like the worst spot to end up, though. We'll hope for the best for Holland from there. Looking down at a little bit of sunshine as we peek into 6's fairway in the corner.
That is one of the bigger benefits of playing at Northwoods. You got a lot of shade coverage. All these trees are going to keep your energy protected from the sun.
Hokum. So they're just trying to get up and down for par, maybe throw it in for birdie, but that was just a play for par, and it was nicely done. And we'll keep Hokum at 2 over, sitting in a tie for 23rd currently. Over to Mandujano. Also in circle 2, also looking at birdie.
Now, although the basket's framed up, that would be such a dangerous shot. Oh my gosh, Ian.
You love it, Zoe.
I'm just almost speechless. I've got the chills. That was so nasty, and I mean nasty in a great way. Alexis showing off some major skills there.
And talk about the line she picked there, right, too,
so
right?
You got to put it at the right height, complete Anheuser angle, and you got to have pocket speed with that spin. Otherwise, you're going to blow past. Let's go, Alexis.
Huge make.
It's okay to stand up if you're sitting down and just try to emulate that body positioning. Oh my gosh. Alexis doing work from circle 2.
How about that? Katrina for par, and does save the par nicely.
Great rhythm.
Missy Gannon, this is a birdie look. And for a share of the lead. Never a doubt, Zoe.
That's right. And you got to think with that putt from Alexis, you do not want to miss inside and be big putted by such an incredible shaped putt. Whew.
They're giving Alexis a 60-footer on that bid, and I believe it. Hokum drops in. And let's take one more look at this Mandujano make.
Yes, please. Boom.
You'll love it. And as they make their way to 7, a quick break on the network. We'll be back in just a few.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Whale sacks are a unique grip accessory, handmade in the USA by fellow disc golfers like you. If you own a disc golf store, run a league, club, or tournament, whale sacks are the perfect addition to your players' packs, CTP prizes, or product to offer your customers. A portion of every sale is donated to Save the Whales. For wholesale pricing, visit whalesacks.com/bulk to get yours. It's time to join the Whale Club.
When Prodigy asked me if I wanted to do a collab series, the answer was of course yes. I knew I wanted it to be a mid-range with a lot of glide and overstability. This mid-range is unlike any other Prodigy mid. I'm super excited, cannot wait for it to be out and available for the public to try as well.
Are you sick and tired of browsing through countless online stores for your disc golf equipment only to come up empty-handed? Look no farther. At Tintin Discs, we have a vast selection with pictures of each disc so you can find the exact one you need. We offer a wide variety of top quality brands at affordable prices, including discs, bags, accessories, and much more.
Can you feel it? It's fresh and something completely new. It's something that connects us with nature and where we care about what's around us. At Pure Disc, we believe that every small step counts. Our bags, made from recycled materials, may just be a drop in the ocean, but we believe this is the beginning of something. Pure Disc golf bags are waiting for you on our website, puredisc.net, with same-day worldwide shipping wherever you are.
We are looking at Holland Hanley's second. Saw her hit pretty early on 7 and continues that trend. And now her third.
More than anything, pay attention to the trees just littered everywhere. There's not a lot of airspace to fly through.
Yeah. Oh my,
Ouch.
we're playing Plinko up this fairway, Zoe. No fun.
Very good approach there to the basket, but it is so hard, Ian, when you are playing Army golf with these trees at Northwoods. Ouch.
Welcome into the booth real quick, though. Zoe, you know, Missy was posterizing this course early, but now Northwood it's doing its thing.
Well, we saw it kind of giving some friendly tree kicks, and we saw our ladies weaving through, but it's only a matter of time before a lot more thinking and the pressure building, and we're seeing what's happening here. It's really going to show who has the mental strength and focus. That's what it's all about out here. As long as your skills are sharpened, it's all between the ears.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of scramble game lately, which really tests that. You know, shot shape, disc selection, shot selection.
And the back nine is so much more difficult. You really want to stay clean or collect a few birdies to prepare for the back nine. So Northwoods, you know, they call it one of the most difficult courses on tour, and I couldn't agree more.
And there is Missy rocking her Ledgestone badge.
And bag. What a beautiful bag, to be honest with you. I hadn't seen those yet until today, and I got to give that Ledgestone branding a shout out. Looking good.
Mandujano on the tee of 7. It's early left. It's kind of where we saw Hanley at some point.
And I'm sure we will see from the camera view from that shot, trees everywhere. Hard to find the basket.
Next up is Gannon, with a share of the lead along with Alexis.
All right, Missy Gannon advancing all the way up to just outside of circle 1. She put just a tiny amount of hyzer angle on one of her more stable thrashers and was able to do a slight bit of weaving, but that was mostly straight up the fairway.
And she'll have that putt for the solo lead as Hokum steps up.
I like this.
Ooh, my. Okay.
That's
Circle 2.
A birdie opportunity for Sarah.
Yeah. Looking down at Katrina Allen on the tee of 7 from our Flight Factory drone. Allen looking for that late flip. Doesn't get all of it, but gets quite a bit.
I think she might have a lane to the basket there. Certainly going to be a straddle putt, but we know Katrina is very good, and that is her dominant, or not her dominant stance, but she can do both stances oh so well.
Jumping ahead to Scoggins, your Mid-America Open champion on the tee of 8.
You see that gap just weaving right through about a 2.5-foot gap in the middle of the fairway.
Into circle 1.
And that's a birdie opportunity.
And a live look down at your featured card as they make their way in through the trees. And just a few holes ago, Zoe, we had a whole host of women at 1 down, and there's only 3 left.
It happens so quickly out here. Keep your U-Disc Live open while you're keeping an eye on the live coverage.
Mandujano second. It did work, but I don't know if it was enough for an easy par.
Yeah, that was quite a low release, Ian, and she didn't get any ground action or any skipping at all. It's going to be a difficult look.
Yeah, we just got an update. She is in circle 2, putting for par. And now that look at par for Alexis.
With those late trees on the right-hand side, she may not have enough to work with. Oh.
She almost did it again.
Beautiful.
Back-to-back 60-footers.
Yeah,
Not
and you
far
can tell
off.
she wasn't even actually trying for that, but it did have a chance.
Kind of that half-go action, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe it falls in. One more look at this Mandujano bid. Oh, scratch that. Hokum. For birdie.
Trying to put the perfect angle and height on it.
Ooh.
Very close.
Here's one more look at that Mandujano bid. Such great pace on this one, Zoe.
It's true, and it just starts to hyzer towards the basket right before that late tree. It's exactly what she wanted.
Katrina Allen in circle 2, looking at 2. This for a share of the lead.
Yes, Katrina Allen in the middle of the chains, just below that halfway mark up the cage, or excuse me, up the chain assembly. That is exactly what you want on these baskets, and Katrina knows exactly where she's sitting. That's going to give her some very good energy.
You've got a 3-way tie at the top now, but that will shrink to 2, possibly 1, if Gannon can make her putt for birdie and the solo lead.
Strong effort for Missy. She just came right off the top of the basket. It didn't go too far. She'll have just a short putt to tap in.
Mm-hmm. We'll have this to maintain her share of the lead and walk in. Not too far, I guess, is it?
It's a little further than what I thought.
Yeah, maybe half. Yeah, further than you'd like. That's a way to put it. There we go. Here's a good look at this putt for Missy.
Oh, yeah. Now, Missy Gannon is not afraid of any putt, and in fact, she steps up with full confidence no matter what just happened.
That was fired home nicely. Sarah Hokum gave it a bid for birdie, and now we'll come back for par. You know, after the rough start for Hokum, it's been nice.
I was just thinking about that. I'm looking at her posture. I'm kind of looking at her face. And I feel like there has been some tension released, and she's kind of relaxed into her position. 2 over at the end of the day isn't awful. And Sarah can still actually birdie throughout this round to take some of those strokes off.
Let's check out this patented C2 make from Katrina Allen. This was a perfect putt, Zoe.
I love Kat's whole rhythm and routine. I love how she holds and confirms the flight with her follow through. Everything about it is consistent and repeatable motion. She definitely is expecting to make those.
You love it. And we also love our friends at Sunstein. Head over to sunsteinlaw.com, home of winning intellectual property. Patent, trademark, copyright, NFT, they've got you. Huge supporters of disc golf. We love to support them. There is Katrina coming off a big make from circle 2, earning her a share of the lead. They are waiting on a birdie putt from this woman, Ohn Scoggins.
Thank you. And that looked easy. She's back down to even. Wow.
Just 2 off the lead now.
Watch out. Ohn Scoggins within range, and she's got that first DGPT Silver Series win. That was a threshold she wasn't able to break through. Finally got it. She talked about how much it meant to her yesterday in the press conference. Ohn is just doing it from both sides, both backhand, sidearm, and we all know majorly doing it with the putting, rowing her way in.
Man, Ohn's just incredible, man. So many times I've driven off a course somewhere and just seen Ohn putting for hours.
And hours.
And that putt is not luck. It is hard work, and she puts it in. One off the lead is Lisa Fakis. T of 11. This is a birdieable hole. That should get pin high.
That is in range for Lisa for sure. And, you know, coming off a really solid performance last weekend as well. She was in contention a few times at Mid-America.
Producer Mo calling the Texas Tornado. Is that one of her real nicknames?
No.
No? All right.
But Lisa does represent Texas so strong, and she's doing quite well with her new sponsor in Lone Star Discs as well. You know, it's a big change-up throwing Innova her entire career and now on Lone Star.
Dang. Looking at the T of 8 with one of your co-leaders, Katrina Allen. Allen continues to struggle with that release point.
She didn't like it right out of her hands. You could hear her kind of groaning about it, but I thought it had a chance. She squeaked through that right side. It was too wide, and she is out of bounds.
Gannon.
Almost peering through those uprights, but that took a very nasty kick.
Gannon also OB, putting for par, circled 2. Both of your leaders. Hokum.
Sarah finds the line. She is putting for a birdie from there. I don't think she necessarily loved that one out of her hand, but it sure made its way up.
Mandujano. Chance to grab a stroke on the 2 leaders. That's not going to do it, Zoe.
She grabs first available and kicks to the right, getting the red flag.
Checking out Sarah Hookum's reaction to her drive.
Yeah. Not super
She's making
impressed.
eyes at us. There we go. That was a great drive, Sarah. I mean, in a lot better position than the rest of the card here, Zoe.
Yeah, look straight down at the bottom of your screen. If you're not peering the gap and beating these trees, you're going straight down into Nowheresville, which will land you out of bounds. It's only a 307-foot hole, but there's danger everywhere. There's just such narrow gaps, not a lot of airspace, trees everywhere, and the kicks are going pretty far right or left. 3 out of the 4 players out of bounds on this hole, kind of showing that difficulty level. But Sarah parked right next to this one tree to contend with at the edge of the circle. OB all along the right hand side and behind the basket, so you can't get too aggressive. It's only 307 feet.
Pretty friendly drop zone, though.
Yes. We heard Katrina talking about how she thought her disc was right next to it, and she advanced quite far up the fairway.
Allen for par from the DZ.
Oh, you can tell, just like I thought that putt was made, it just had that left low splash out of the chains.
Gannon for the save. And to maintain her share of the lead.
Again, strong for Missy. All of her putts have been strong or else just right in the heart of the chains. So nothing to really worry about. And again, Missy wouldn't think anything about that. She just resets for every putt.
Mandujano to stay one off the lead. No. She will fall one more back. And Hokum with a chance to grab 2 strokes on the card.
What a changeup.
Yeah.
We just talked about how Sarah was starting to maintain and play clean after the rough start. Not drawing metal off to the left-hand side. She's still going to pick up a stroke on her card.
True.
That was a missed opportunity for Sarah Hokum.
Here is Gannon's bogey look. So put her one off the lead of Lisa Fakis. Drop in bog for Mandujano will be followed by a par for Hokum and a bogey for Allen. They are headed to 9's tee. 9 is where you will find Ohn Scoggins.
And she put too much Anheuser angle on that disc, and it went straight into the tree. Just a little less angle, and I believe she would have beat that.
And Fakis, you saw the drive on 11. Here is for the solo lead. And to get to 2 down.
She got it.
Nicely done.
And that is a very clean scorecard with only 2 birdies, and she's on the top of the leaderboard.
Man, it's flying all over the place out here, Zoe.
Yes. And I mean, every single hole. Again, keep your U-Disc Live open. Folks, these holes are serving it up right and left. Which player is dialed and confident and executing? That's the player you want to bet on.
Yeah.
And I like seeing this. We've got such a stack up at each score. So you could be all the way down in 15th place and only be 3 strokes away from the lead. That's what the first round at Northwoods will provide.
There's Alexis' sister Valerie down there, just 2 over. Not bad at all. Scoggins throwing 2 on 9. You saw the drive?
Now she's in pretty good position, although she was cut down so early.
Big flex forehand. I'm sure that's a max weight destroyer.
You're absolutely correct about that. It was so high in the air, though. I don't think she needed that much height. She's going to find herself way off to the right.
And back on the tees, trying to deal with the humidity is Alexis. Come on, Paul, get a fan. Do some work out there, buddy. Come on, caddy up. Look at a Fakis now on the tee of 12. The signature hole 12 out here at Northwood.
And the beginning of the gauntlet, the most difficult holes. Now, Lisa's way up the fairway. She's on the right-hand side. You might see her disc down in speeds for her second shot because she's on the right-hand side. She's going to need more control. And here's a pro tip right here. Paul Macbeth checking out the electrolytes that Alexis has packed in the bag. When you've got this much humidity, you are losing water. You're losing hydration all over the place. You might want to be slamming some extra electrolytes to get through your round.
I thought it was Pedialyte for a second. You know, it works.
Yeah.
It's got all those electrolytes you need when you're sweating them out all day out here.
A really good choice in the summertime to keep yourself healthy.
throw them out right away.
Yeah, they're not going to give us anything fun.
So many elements during this tournament. We're in the Midwest with the highest humidity, so you got to think about grip being a problem after just a couple of holes. The hands get really sticky.
Did you see what Tom was doing back there behind Alexis? He was fanning Missy Gannon like a good caddy should. Holcomb now on the tee of 9.
Beautiful shot, and I think she got just right of that tree for the open second shot.
Katrina next. Ooh, barely inside one of the guardian trees on the gap. And
That's right, Ian. She definitely pushed it to the right as far as she could to get around that corner. Success for Katrina.
Missy Gannon.
Perfect release. Beautiful height. Center cut on the fairway for Missy.
Mandujano next on the tee. Ooh.
A late release for Alexis. And, you know, I saw her fanning both of her hands, actually. You could tell her grip was getting a little sticky, and I think it got into her head. Backups give you that kind of time to think too much.
And if you guys are watching for free on YouTube today, consider subscribing to the Disc Golf Network. Get to watch the rest of this Elite Series Plus event. We got 3 more rounds. The exciting finish on Sunday. You know it's coming. It always does these days, Zoe.
That's right. We've had so many unique winners, the most this year in disc golf history. You don't want to miss out on that. And what you really don't want to miss out on is how much you can learn from these top touring pros.
Mandujano finding another tree with her second. That will make for a pretty tough par. Jumping ahead, Ohn with a par look. Not off by much, but that will turn into a bogey for Scoggins, dropping her to 1 over on the day. On the same, Haley King.
Ooh, left side chains, and it drops for her. That isn't always the case. In fact, rarely the case, but Haley gets away with one there.
And back to the fairway for Mandujano, throwing 3. What does she have left here, Zoe?
Well, quite a bit. I was just going to say that. She really needs to travel far up the fairway. Good thing she's in the middle because she's got to be aggressive here and believe.
There's a good shot on the hole. And Alexis should get up and down from there for bogey. Alexis shot the highest rated round of her career a week ago tomorrow.
Out here at one of the most difficult courses in the entire world. What a cool thing to say. 10-17 at Northwood Black. Yeah, Alexis. Looking for some redemption, looking to maybe tie or capitalize and surpass that record.
Looking at Missy Gannon and her second on hole 9. This is gorgeous.
One of the most beautiful shots I've actually witnessed today. It's knowing your discs. It's confidently throwing them and executing and continuing to believe. Look at this shot. She's got just a slight hair of hyzer angle. She knows that disc is understable. It will flip up, but it'll finish right under the basket.
What a shape on that through the woods for Gannon. Allen will look to do the same. Also throwing 2. She cannot find that release point, Zoe. It's coming out late nearly every throw.
And after a couple of those, I think there's been like 4 or 5 now, that's the kind of thing that starts getting and creeping into a player's head. You got to block them out and continue to reset.
Are you seeing anything in her swing, Zoe, or is it just a grip issue possibly?
I honestly just think it's grip. I think she's also trying to be like appropriately aggressive because she is close to the top. She knows where her score is. So it's a little bit of a combination, Ian.
All right. Hokum had a nice drive, but unfortunately nestled up on this tree.
Yeah, I was hoping she got to the right enough. She is still going to take a gather step run up here, so she's going to be able to put some power behind it. Angle is everything.
Oh,
boy.
That looked nasty, Zoe. Oof.
Yeah, I'm looking at Sarah's face going, oh, we are in the woods. Going to have to see what that looks like, but make something happen.
Swinging ahead to your leader, Lisa Fakis, throwing 2 on 12. You saw the drive.
Okay. This has got to be an understable disc. I can see that it's a driver in her hand, so she is attacking from the right-hand side. She gives it a lot of anhyzer angle, asking for it to go left. Guaranteed she has touched or crest that right side tree line, but she's up on top.
Yeah, maybe get a kick out into the middle. You never know. We'll find out once we get up there and show you. Back to 9 for Allen, her third.
Nestled so tightly against the tree that the mini is even actually propped up against it at an angle. The sidearm is working for Katrina today, and her putt has looked fantastic, so hopefully she can close the deal right there.
Maybe not having grip issues on the forehand.
Yeah, it's a little easier, definitely, you know, with that whole power grip around the driver. Yeah, let's take a look at this. You can tell she was trying to put a move on the disc. She was really trying her hardest to give it a lot of spin. Right here, though, plant and hit. Her hips right here. Take a look. One more time. Right here. And now, hips continue to rotate through, which is telling me that she's trying to put more power onto it. That was just a little bit too wide, too much power, too much effort.
Yep. Over to Mandujano. This forehand is low from Alexis.
A little shy on the effort.
Yeah. She's putting for bogey now in circle 2. That will be 3 in a row if she makes it. A double if she doesn't. Score is changing up rapidly out here in Northwood Black.
It's a pretty quick jump from 2nd to 7th and then 15th.
Yeah. Hokum, you saw the throw kick here. She's off the fairway right, and she is looking almost directly back to the fairway.
Asking Caddy for the shock or the resistor. She doesn't want to move because it took her quite a long time just to find the right spot that she's going to hope to make the disc skinnier by throwing it more upright. I'm not sure if it'll be quite a tomahawk or not, but she's got to go drastically up and over just to get to the fairway.
You can just say, yeah.
Looks like tomahawk or forehand roller coming. It's a very overstable disc she's throwing. Makes me think forehand roller. Yeah. That's little army golf, Zoe. Should get up and down from there, though, at least. Jumping ahead to 10, and Ohn Scoggins.
Feels like a little bit of a breather here on hole 10. We talked about it earlier. There is a low ceiling on those late trees, but Oh boy, does it feel like you can breathe right here.
Oh, look, some vacillating between the forehand and the backhand. Settles on the backhand.
Overstable, max weight, park job right underneath the basket.
What
wow.
a shot from Scoggins. Roll
Let's
back
watch
that
this again.
Zuka. Yes, please.
Low line drive with a ton of extra power behind it, and just a click of Anheuser because she's wanting to work it around the left side and then come back to the right. That was impressive.
That will get Ohn back to even on the day, and that is just 2 off the lead of Lisa Fakis. As we saw, is playing the signature hole 12 right now. We'll show you her third shot once she gets there. Oh, speaking of, here's that third shot for Fakis. Didn't kick out of the woods.
And didn't quite put enough angle on that putter shot. I think she was still semi-greedy, semi-smart on that play. She wanted to advance a little farther. She's on the edge of the fairway.
Yeah, easy par, though, from there now.
Sure, that definitely.
Hokum throwing 4. Now from the left side of the fairway. And a little bit of ground play. And a little bit of work left for that 5. Mandujano.
Just getting it to the basket, and that'll be a tap in. After some struggles, early struggles in tree hits like that, I think it's the best option just to get yourself underneath the basket.
On 12, Fakis for birdie from the knee.
Oh my. Great attempt, and again, you called it, Ian. She's parked for the drop-in par, but that had a chance.
Sure did. She's great from range as well. Katrina. It's a par look inside the circle. Not by much, though.
Gorgeous. It's been on point all day long. Even that one from the drop zone that she missed, I thought was a make. You know, she was walking it in. Kat's putt, really something to study out there if you're looking to improve or looking to establish a rhythm and routine. Katrina Allen would be a player to study.
Hokum coming back for bogey.
Captures just enough chains to fall in for Hokum, which is great. She did not want another stroke on that card.
Looking at hole 10's green and Holland Hanley putting for birdie.
Keep in mind, this is a semi-elevated basket, and those rocks don't protect you from much. If you're hitting the cage or like the top of the basket, all kinds of things can happen here. But for Holland, she's going to take the 2. Beautiful putt from a knee, and hard to generate the power like that. Great putt.
Now just 2 off the lead. Mandujano coming back nicely, wasting 0 time as
per usual.
Yep, she is a very quick player. Missy Gannon. That is a birdie on hole 9 and a share of the lead for Gannon. Scoggins drops in the bird on 10. What a drive.
That was fantastic for Ohn. And anybody wants a tap-in birdie.
And there is hole 10. We'll show you that on the other side of this break. Back in just a few.
Can't make it to the course? No problem. Introducing Birdie Pro, the best-selling disc golf board game on the market. It's everything you loved about the original Birdie, but back and improved for the ultimate strategy game experience. Choose your player, build their skills, and do everything you can to make karma work in your favor. Foot faults, headwinds, and even more surprises stand between you and victory. Birdie Pro, available in stores and online.
Play smart. That means getting reliable results from reliable discs.
Keep it simple. Founded in 1995 as Innova's original molding partner, Millennium Golf Discs are designed for control and not overcomplicating your game.
Throw Millennium. Premium discs that help you compete at your best.
Play smart, keep it simple, throw Millennium.
I just think the plastic is very premium. It's a high quality material. The way the disc feels in my hand.
I think it's the quality of plastic.
It's unlike any other plastic that you'll find in the industry.
The quality is better than any other company out there.
Again, just consistent plastic. It's something I can consistently trust on every single throw.
There's so many discs to choose from, and I guarantee if you tried every disc in the lineup, you're gonna wanna put multiple discs in your bag.
It's extremely high quality. You can only say so much, they have to eventually just try it themselves and see.
Welcome back to the action. Ohn Scoggins on the tee of 11. Very birdieable hole. That will not help, though. That's headed into the woods. Scoggins will be playing this for par from there. Looking back at 10's tee from the basket. It's our open hole, Zoe.
Yeah, you got to appreciate holes 10 and 11. You got a little bit of open, then you got another wooded fairway, but both are very birdieable for the entire field. It's kind of like a breather, a relax point, preparing for what's to come at hole 12 and beyond.
And there's a live look down at 10's tee from our Flight Factory drone. Moments ago, we saw Scoggins absolutely park this one, Zoe.
Yeah, that was such a fantastic shot. And there's so many ways to do this. I mean, we've even seen the roller play. Forehand can get there.
Yeah.
Flip up backhand, pure hyzer backhand. Every option available here.
Gannon on the tee.
I love that Missy chose a pure hyzer. She's got a stable enough disc to get the ground action, and she got it. She's in circle one. Great play.
Katrina. Let's see if she can find that release point, Zoe. It has dodged her all day.
I like the angle and the shape of this. She needs the ground. Yep, she got the skip. There's an opportunity for Katrina.
Yeah, rolling right onto the edge of circle one. Looks like just inside. Hokum. I'll show you the forehand line.
Perfect height. Beautifully flat released left of the basket so it funnels back to the center, and she's staring straight at it.
Mandujano taking the tee. Alexis 2 over, 4 off the lead currently.
A little bit more inside, but the height is perfect for Alexis. Look at this.
Oh my.
Now, not quite as close as Ohn's. It looked super similar to the landing, but guess what? The ground is fast right there, and there is a berm with a very small downhill behind it. Alexis got that little tiny power skip, and she went far behind the basket.
Chubbing ahead to one of your co-leaders, Lisa Fakis. Tee of 13. Tough par 4. Throw it straight, and you're making a dogleg right after that. Fakis is in a little early. Looks like it kicked out, though, Zoe.
It does. It'll be interesting to see just where that kicked her.
And this is Ohn Scoggins in the woods on 11, and that is a nice pitch out. It should produce an up and down bogey for Scoggins. I'll drop her back to 1 over on the day, 3 off the lead.
Not what you're looking for on hole 11.
You're
but
right.
That was a successful pitch out.
Yep. Looking down at 10's green, and we've got some birdie looks. As everyone inside the circle. Allen first up for a share of the lead. Katrina.
Gorgeous. Right on the center of the pole. Katrina Allen, impressive putting from both circles. Yeah, let's take a look again.
Disc Golf Network's Christine Jennings looks on, and she approves of that action. Nicely done.
I was counting, even though that was slow motion, how many seconds she was holding her follow through. Take notes at home, folks. If you're going to hold the follow through, there is a higher percentage chance your putts are going in like Katrina Allen's.
Philo always says keep those hands in the chains, right?
That's right.
Mandujano not doing that there, though, as that dribbles out. Will produce par. Gannon looking at birdie and the solo lead. Count it. Holcomb cleaning up her birdie after that. Let's get Holcomb back to 2 over on the day. Erasing that bogey on 9.
And that is helpful, bringing Sarah a little bit closer to the mix.
There is Mandujano dropping in par. And they will head to 11. And what a day for your leader and defending champion, Missy Gannon. Started it off better than anyone ever has, Zoe, on hole 1.
What a cool thing to say at Northwood Blacks. Better than anyone had. She got the birdie. I've never seen a drive so dialed. I wonder if Missy has even seen herself get this close. Oh my goodness, what a start.
There hadn't been a drive in circle 1 all day, and she puts it well into the bullseye.
She's been doing great things from the fairway as well, whether she's in or out of position, landing it where she needs to be. She's taken just a tiny bit of medicine to get herself back into fairways at times, but these types of shots, that really displays that higher skill level and experience that Missy Gannon brings, giving her the appropriate name of Big Money Missy. She knows what she's doing out there, and she knows how to get the job done.
As she does. First last year and a second the year before as well. Plays very well at Ledgestone. Now on the tee of 11.
I love the backhand turnover play. You can only put such a slight angle of Anheuser on it. She does that, and I think she's just at circle's edge there, staring at the basket at basket height.
Yeah, I think she's going to like that one. Katrina Allen next. We'll go to the forehand play.
And we've seen her very successful out here with the forehand. She started her day off with 2 in a row. We've seen it more in this round than ever before from Katrina.
And skipping right by the basket. Looks like that will stay into the circle. Holcomb next up. Yeah, despite those, kind of late releases from Katrina Allen, she's hanging, Zoe.
Yeah, she's still playing very good, and it could be great. She is 100% C1X, so that is what's getting it done for Katrina. Sarah Hokum just skipping barely past the basket, setting it up nicely for her birdie.
Mandujano looks to fire a forehand as well. If that stayed clean, it had the action, but unfortunately does not. A long birdie look coming up for Alexis. Let's jump back to Fakis on 13, her second, laying up short of that OB pond, playing this one for par. I hope that stayed short. And Holland Hanley on the tee of 12. Hanley currently 3 off the lead. This needs to get down as Holland's waving it there.
Oh, Ian, I do not like how far left and into the tree line she got. This could potentially be one of those times for a pitch out being the medicine she has to take.
Mandujano throwing 2. She will grab a 3 from there. There is Paul. Congrats to Paul and Hannah Macbeth. They got a kid coming on the way. Exciting time in their lives.
Exciting time in the next phase for the world of disc golf. I want to shout out Nate and Valerie Doss for having a beautiful baby boy this last Sunday.
He's here? Oh,
he's here, baby Luca.
You got Doss, Lizotte, and Macbeth all going to be battling it out in like 18 years, you know?
And don't forget the baby girl on the way for Mr. Kale LaVisca.
Oh, no way, Kale. Aw.
A lot to celebrate in the world of disc golf and in the professional tour. We're at an Elite Series Plus at one of the most important times of the season. Points are worth double and a half, or excuse me, one and a half times. Yep. Sorry.
Allen for birdie and a share of the lead for the moment. First air ball out of Cat today.
I got to point out, though, that was over the top center of the basket. It was just too much power. I'm sure that caught her off guard because her putt's been so dialed today. It was just a little too much power.
That opens the door for Missy Gannon to grab a 2-stroke lead with a birdie make here.
Oh, wow. Missy put so much spin on that it hit that place in the basket that scares me, but the basket couldn't help but receive it and not spit it out. Missy Gannon, 2-stroke lead.
Hokum also looking at birdie. This will be back-to-back for Sarah.
Yes.
Nicely done. That was a turkey for Missy Gannon as well. Grabbing 9, 10, 11. Hokum fighting her way back after that rough start. Now just 1 over on the day. 5 off the lead. And Katrina coming back for par.
Solid putt to come back for Katrina.
And Mandujano will clean up par. And they are headed to 12's tee. And the iconic 12 coming up on the other side of this break. We'll be back in just a few.
What's up, guys? Welcome to Grow Generation. Today we're in Redding, California at one of our flagship stores. Let's go check it out. We are the largest hydroponics retailer in the country with over 60 locations nationwide. At Grow Generation, we carry thousands of products, from personal home gardens all the way up to large-scale cultivation facilities. So head over to growgeneration.com where you can find the store closest to you, or order online. Use the code DGPT for 10% off your next order.
Trilogy Challenge is back, y'all. You get 3 discs.
The Retro Orbit Pure.
Tournament Ice Orbit Warship.
Fusion Ice Orbit Vandal. Are you ready to hit the course with these 3 discs?
Go check out trilogychallenge.com.
When Prodigy asked me if I wanted to do a collab series, the answer was of course yes. I knew I wanted it to be a mid-range with a lot of glide and overstability. The amount of control that I feel that I have with a mid-range is something that gives me a large amount of confidence on the course. This mid-range is unlike any other Prodigy mid. I'm super excited that this disc is going straight in my bag. Cannot wait for it to be out and available for the public to try as well.
At Discraft, we don't wait to see what the future holds. We build it. The future is in your hands.
Welcome back to the action, and Tom keeping the moneymaker cool.
And doing it in style. That's a pretty awesome looking fan. Missy smiling, giggling. Everything is happening just as it should be out there on Northwood's Black.
She got a great medal game from Northwood, you know? Keeping the energy happy will do a lot for your disc golf game. Holland Hanley on 12, her third.
And you gotta take a look at where her stance was. She was only a foot down that incline. Really hard to maintain balance and really hard to release it exactly where you want. That was a high level of difficulty for Holland.
8 world titles hanging out right there. And Brian Earhart behind that, and that was Badinsky.
Just a little too wide or early of a early release.
And it kicked further left into the woods as well. It is pretty jaily over there. Chantel is the highest rated player in Canada, tied with Colleen McGuinness.
Now when you get to the top of the hill there on this par 5, the left-hand side, every time you take a kick, you've got to worry about, I'm going to say 150 to a 200-foot drop-off cliff. Now, there's no OB here or at that place.
Yeah, it used to be.
It used to be in years back before a lot of, really good adjustments were made to the course.
Yeah.
It's just terrible to find yourself down that hill.
Fakis with her second on 14, still just making the corner, which she does nicely there.
Don't eat that one.
We don't eat chicken or the hen?
You eat chicken.
Okay. Don't eat hens.
I don't believe you eat hen. I don't know if it'll kill you, but you don't eat it.
Huh.
What I saw is that you can eat it young.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
But people enjoy.
Are they talking about eating the chicken and the egg, or what are they talking about there?
Well, during a backup, there's tons of time to talk on this par 5. Again, one of the most signature holes in all of disc golf and one of the hardest. It's averaging, only 0.3 over par today. First task at hand, you got to get a big distance drive up to this flat landing zone. You don't want to be too far to the right or the left. Little bit left is good for a right-handed player, but don't go so far you're on this incline. You're just going to have to pitch up. Give yourself the opportunity with a slower speed disc to persevere this very narrow fairway. Anything to the right or the left is jail. Just talked about it a few seconds ago. But if you can put together 2 shots distance drive, and then either mid fairway, or if you've got it inside of you, another distance drive up to here. Eagle is potential for our elite distance throwers if they've got the control. Birdie is certainly within the wheelhouse of the entire field. Bogeys have been carded.
Tom showing off his fun fan.
He is a nice fan.
Tom. It's a lot of work keeping Missy cool. Tom's starting to glisten. Oh, what a guy, Tom. Keeping their camera guys cool, too. Our camera folk out there. And now back to your disc golf action. Gannon on the tee of 12. And that finds ground at a nice spot for Missy Gannon. Left side of the fairway, but not in the trees. Hokum next up.
And that late glide or leak to the left and coming back to the right-hand side just off center fairway is exactly what Sarah wanted. She's going to put up another forehand shot, so great positioning.
Allen. Katrina now 2 off the lead. There's a nice release.
I was just going to comment on that. Released exactly when she wanted, maybe not traveling up the fairway as far, but I want to think that Kat just dialed back in the aggressive attack just to get her release point, and that was well done.
Mandujano. And we have the third member of our commentary crew. He is online. Terry Miller, how has the round been treating you so far down there on the ground, my man?
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, just like these players, dealing with the heat, the humidity, and trying to just traverse this very long round out here at the signature hole, thinking about finding the fairway, which it looks like our group's done pretty well. It's going to be a long week out here, folks, and I love the pace that we're setting so far today.
Nicely done. Terry, where did that Mandujano disc end up after that drive?
Well, I'm sitting off on the left side of the fairway where I saw the other 3 discs come in. So Alexis is not quite as good a position from where hers landed. She looks like she's going to be on the right side.
Okay. All right, thank you, Terry. It looks like they're getting down there across the bridge. And while they get set up, we'll show you Holland Hanley on the fairway of the same, throwing her 4th. Back and skitter. Circle 1.
I think she's just at the edge. Yeah, that's definitely an opportunity. I want to point out that the height she released that was proper. So much can happen if you're letting the disc go right to left or anything like that. She threw the disc with more intention on how it would land.
Yep, and did just get an update from your disc. He is in circle 2 for that par look. Back on the fairway, Mandujano throwing 2.
She needs this to get a little more right.
Maybe it stops in time. Not optimal, Zoe.
Not optimal. Off the fairway. Going to be a really drastic step out to have any kind of look at the fairway. I think it's going to be a pitch.
On the green, Hanley for par.
Wow. Ian, that looked easy.
Holland makes it look easy.
Great par to card. Good recovery for Holland Hanley.
And up ahead on 14, Lisa Fakis throwing her 3rd.
The second shot was placed perfectly to attack.
But there is a lot to miss on this 3rd. She's heading left early.
And the angle out of her hand, she needed that flat or almost slightly tilted anhyzer, but it came out with a little hyzer. She's off left.
Scoggins with a nice par putt of her own on 12, and she double-checked that one, didn't she, Zoe?
That's right. You better believe that memory of the putt spitting out early in the round is going to make Ohn keep eye contact with her putter until it is in the bottom of the basket.
And back to the fairway for Allen, second. You mentioned a little farther back than you'd like, Zoe.
A little farther back than Kat's probably used to as well. But if she can trust her release point here, she will be aggressively attacking.
Ooh, early release, and oh, a nasty kick for Allen.
Oh,
Oof.
no, Ian. There was just too much doubt inside of her mind. She knew she could be aggressive, but she didn't have full belief.
Gannon, a great drive. Will she take advantage? Kind of.
Somewhat. Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm looking for the right word. It wasn't a bad shot. She's way up the fairway. She is off the fairway, but it is a little bit friendlier now that Northwoods has been cut out, settled down, and manicured so nicely.
Hokum, the tee shot lovely. Center cut for her second. And she's disking down here, Zoe.
Yep, that is correct. Playing the hole with a lot of intention.
That's going to finish nice and straight for her. Terry, did you happen to find that Katrina Allen disc after that kick? It looked pretty awful, sir.
Yeah, it's about 15 feet off the fairway on the left side. She got more distance than she realized. She actually asked me where it is, but she'll be fighting from the left side.
Yeah, we are looking at that now, Terry. Thank you. Let's get a little technical forehand. Oh, and she's playing Army golf, Zoe.
Such a tough spot to be, and the angle was such a touchy one to dial in. You're right, she didn't quite flatten it enough. It was too drastic, actually. So hopefully Katrina can place herself well on the next shot. This is a par 5. There's still a little time.
Yep. Needs to get up and down for that par from there. Gannon looking pretty good after her second. You like her birdie chances?
Definitely do. To birdie hole 12, you know, a lot of folks have done it, MPO and FPO alike, but to have that inside of you, knowing for the FPO field this is where the final round happens, it's just a really good experience to see yourself execute.
And we have just one birdie for the field so far. That by Ella Hansen.
Ella Hansen.
Hokum, her third.
Oh my gosh, we almost just witnessed an eagle. Sarah Hokum. I said she was playing this with a lot of intention, but this was more than I realized.
Look at this shot from Hokum.
Almost. That was only like an inch and a half low from finding the bottom of the basket.
You love that it stayed close, though, at least. She at least has earned that drop-in birdie, if not almost the eagle.
So she will join Ella Hansen in carding the birdie. It's just a tap-in. Excellent job for Sarah.
And if you want to grab some of those discs Sarah's throwing, you can head over to the Ledgestone Pro Shop. Thanks to our partners at Ledgestone for running a great event. Use the code DGPT at www.shopledgestone.com to get 10% off your order through Sunday night.
And I might add to that, be sure to just look at all of the unique designs and the sweet stamps on these discs. I got to say that the style Ledgestone is bringing is above and beyond this year.
And our friends at Statmando have their own disc commemorating the iconic Hole 12 that we're watching right now.
Wow.
Shouts to our friends over at Statmando. Mandujano.
I was a little worried about this. Her body was way too open to be way too wide, releasing that directly into the right side woods. I know she put a good amount of angle on it, but that was never going to stay clean.
Katrina.
Okay, she's almost pin high, and she will have a step out putt from circle 1. That was a pretty good approach.
That will be her bogey putt, though. She must have pitched out of the woods. Yeah. And Missy Gannon, her third. It's technical, but she's got an alley.
That was awesome. I know it didn't go super far up the fairway, but you got to think about how narrow that final little bit is, and she put just the right amount of angle on it. She lands perfectly.
And didn't try to do too much, too.
Right.
You know, you think you try to get the whole, you know, you park there, you're probably leaking left or right.
Exactly, Ian, and she knows where she's at, and she watched what just happened with Katrina's string of shots. She doesn't have to press right now. A par is great.
And Mandujano off fairway right.
This is so far right. It's too hairy. I was hoping that that would be the choice. Although it's hard to do, very smart play by Alexis.
Yep. Peeking in at our gallery, watching the action on hole 12.
And we do have multiple galleries out on the course today watching multiple FPO cards. It is an exciting time in disc golf with so much talent.
Nice shot by Mandujano there with her fifth. We'll have that left for 6. Looking at Lisa Fakis throwing 4 on 14, par 5.
Ooh, this is coming in way hot.
Ooh.
Lisa has plenty of power. I'm quite surprised she took a little run up there, and the woods behind are very thick.
Hanley on 13.
That was a good shot by Holland. It was just too high. I liked the release point, like the speed she chose. It was just a tiny bit high.
And Missy Gannon, this would open up a very big lead.
Oh my goodness. That was such a solid attempt by Missy. Just left side chains. She has barely a tap in. Take a look at this though. Full body commitment all the way through. Almost in the chains.
Missy Gannon. I'm sorry, Katrina Allen. A bogey putt. Not a gimme here, Zoe.
No, and really just taking your time and going through your rhythm. Important to do on hole 12. And Kat does just that, limiting it to just a single bogey.
And we've got Allen with a bogey here. And Fakis is in circle 2 for her bogey putt. Or par putt, excuse me. I'll show you that once it happens. Mandujano in for her bogey. Holcomb, how about this bird? Almost an eagle, Zoe.
You got to give it to her. Sidearm, sidearm, sidearm to play this one. I think that was an amazing attempt or way to attack hole 12. And she got so far up the fairway off the tee.
Holland Hanley, this is on 13, just laying up around the corner. And here is the bogey putt for Fakis.
And this
Mild
is
circle
no
2.
gimme.
Yeah. I thought that was in, Zoe.
Almost. You could see by Lisa's face how disappointing that one was.
Oh, she wanted that one. But dropping back with a bogey, and all of a sudden, Missy Gannon sits on 3 strokes over this talented field. The only 2 women to birdie 12 are right there, Hansen and Holcomb. 2 very different disc golfers, too, if you think about it, huh?
Very, very different styles of play. And that just is a huge testament to what can be done in disc golf. Your set of skills is very different than mine, and we can battle at the same time.
Holcomb's sitting on a turkey right now. She heads to 13, and she has really battled back after that tough start. She was 3 over through 2.
I'm glad you brought that back up, Ian. We talked about it before we even saw hole 1, how she's the queen of clean. Well, the scorecard's not perfectly clean today, but the experience and the talent is shining through.
There is that scorecard. The turkey she's sitting on. And beautiful Peoria, Illinois there in the background. Site of the Illinois State Championships in cross country is the word from our producer, Mo. Big cross country guy. That's his other sport.
You know, you would think many sports would be looking at Peoria because they've got such a nice kind of music and art scene going on here. It's a great place to host any kind of venue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I love the views that we're getting from the sky here. It just shows how thickly wooded the entire course is, apart from hole 10, which still has tons of trees scattered.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, these views really put it into perspective of what we're trying to play golf through.
If you're a fan of corn, there's also a lot of corn out here, Zoe. This Northwood surrounded by cornfields out here.
Fun fact about Ohn Scoggins.
Okay.
She is in love with the sweet corn, touring with Dustin and I in 2015 and a little bit in 2014. She just couldn't get enough of the corn once we reached this point in the season and in the country. Man, I'll tell you.
It's that time, Zoe.
She could put down like 3 to 5 ears of corn in one sitting. Really? Maybe that's the ticket out there. Hey. Get yourself some corn when it's in season. You could play like Ohn Scoggins.
Dig it. Who doesn't love it?
Probably better get some overstable discs
Go to
in
your
the bag.
sweet corn, you know. That helps too. There it is. As promised, I ate a lot of corn. Probably feels like home if you grew up in the Midwest now.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah. Second shot for Scoggins on 13. What a drive.
This is going to be fading right, and that gets a little thick, but I think she's just shy of where it gets a little dangerous, and that is well within her range.
They cleaned it up a lot back there.
Oh, yeah.
I really like that change. Really made it a lot more fair. There's the Riverfront Museum. That's pretty cool.
I've actually been down there, and again, some interesting things to check out. The music and the art scene is really trying to develop and move Peoria into a place that you'd want to stop by. It's so centrally located in the country.
Yeah. Hanley on 13, her third.
Oh.
Ooh.
That was the right shape and a pretty good speed. She's going to have I think a circle 1 putt there.
Yeah. Terry, it looks like we got a little bit of a backup going on. What's your perspective on that down there?
We're just hanging out. It looks like we see the group in front of us and the card. Oh, apparently I'm looking at the camera. Hi, how you guys doing over there? We're just hanging out. This is a VIP only area, just so you guys know. So you got to be extra special if you want to be out here watching golf. I don't know why everyone's staring at me, though. Oh, we were waiting on Sarah. That's what's going on. Okay, now I'm up to
It's because
speed.
you're extra special, Terry.
Let's get back to the golf.
That's why you're VIP, man. That's why everybody's looking at you. A birdie look for Scoggins.
She got it. Again, Ohn's range is just so much bigger than so many players that there's really not too much doubt for our viewers. Ohn never has a doubt.
And just the 6th birdie of the day over there on 13.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, to birdie on this hole requires a really particular tee shot. You've got to have tons of distance, but there is not a lot of right to left movement you can let your disc be on. You want to be finishing left side of the fairway to give yourself a chance, but getting around the corner.
Oh, not enough on that one, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think so, Ian. It's going to be a pitch up.
I thought you had it. Needed just a little more turn on that drive.
With the distance she was able to pull off on 12, though, I know she can do it.
Gannon next up. 3 strokes clear of the field.
Oh, that was looking so good. Not too bad of a kick. She's just on the right side of the fairway. It's going to be just a pitch to the corner.
Holland putting for par. Coming back towards the basket after the approach went just a little bit long.
Oh, no. That was a little bit right of the pole, and it was quite high. You can't expect those to stick.
Yeah, it's going to drop Holland back to 1 over on the day. 5 off the lead of Gannon. Back on the tee, Allen.
Still struggling with her release point now. We've had 2 early ones for Katrina.
Yep.
It's certainly something going on between the ears. We're hoping she can reset.
Mandujano.
Oh, yes. This was gorgeous released height, and everything about that was proper for Alexis. She does have an opportunity, but she may not take it. She's playing pretty clean.
Yeah, curious what you will choose to do from that spot. Terry, do you have a look at that Alexis Mandujano spot? You have an idea whether she'll run the basket from there or perhaps lay up short of that pond?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see because we know that she's been struggling. So it's a matter of does she want to push right now and try and make up some strokes or not. I don't think she's going to go for it, though.
Yeah. Thank you, Terry. Yeah, she is sitting at, what's that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over since hole 7.
Ah, yeah, pardon me.
Yeah.
I actually didn't think she had taken that many bogeys. Checking in with you, Disc, that is correct. There's been some struggle.
It started today really nice. Was 2 down through 6.
And this is such a tight gap that Katrina has to hit from the left side fairway.
Oh, very.
And a horrible tree kick after a late release. You could hear the frustration right out of Kat's mouth. Not what she was looking for.
Terry, do you have any thoughts on what we've been seeing out of Katrina Allen today with those missed releases? Is it grip? Is it muggy down there? What do you think?
Well, it certainly is muggy. There's no question about that. I saw 93% humidity this morning. But after every time Katrina has pulled a shot, she almost lines up wondering if she should have maybe taken a different angle at it. So it seems like she's second-guessing herself more than anything.
I can see that, Terry. Thank you.
I agree with that fully. It's
90.
time to reset.
93% humidity. That's practically swimming, Zoe. Gannon, her second on 13, just to get around the corner. Still going to head to 14 and Ohn Scoggins. Picked up that really nice birdie on 13. Not quite making the corner.
Yeah, she just needed a little bit more of that angle because the overstable disc is going to fight back hard.
Looking down at the corner of 13, you can see Missy Gannon over there, or Katrina Allen. Probably Katrina Allen heading into the woods. See the pond there just short of the basket, bottom of your screen. Really cool perspective on the hole, thanks to our Flight Factory drone. Terry, how's it looking down there, my man?
Yeah, it looks like she's off on this short left side. We'll have to see how aggressive she wants to be with this next shot, but her second shot put her in a world of hurt.
Oh, it sure did, Terry. We're getting a look at it right now, and that's just a pitch out for Allen. It's done really well, though.
Yeah, I think that's about the best case scenario for Katrina. If you'd have to be crazy to try to throw a fast disc out of there.
Yeah. On 14, Ohn throwing 2. You saw the drive get to here. Just short of the corner, and oh no, we have a thrower. It kind of stayed in the fairway.
That is the danger of having to use such drastic angles with overstable discs.
Holcomb was a little short of the corner, but it kind of cuts through it for her pitch up and should dump it across the pond and pick up a par. Mandujano, oh, she is attacking for birdie.
Ooh.
Oh, yes.
Making the camera dance is usually a good sign.
Throwing a disc with her caddy stamp on it. That's kind of fun.
Pretty cool.
Gannon, her third coming up. Just looking for the up and down par. A little bit of an angle to work with here, Zoe.
Yeah, she's gotta put some technical angle on this, and she's got a slower speed disc. It needs to come into that hill landing softly.
I heard some nice ground action there for Gannon, and ooh, maybe it's OB.
I'd like to believe that one is inbounds. We're waiting for a quick update.
Oh, OB for your leader. Missy Gannon with a pretty big miscue there, as she'll be taking it from the far side, Zoe. I don't believe that ever crossed in.
I was talking about how she wanted it to come into that hill landing softly, and I'm certain that's what she was thinking about. The angle was great. The height was right. Lacking just a little bit of rotations.
Allen pitching across with her fourth. That should clean up bogey. Ooh, this is going to be a big score for Gannon. This is a big throw for her championship. It's going to cost multiple strokes.
Buddy, when that disc hit the ground. Oh, this is lacking effort, but it makes it over.
Just enough from Holcomb.
Whew. Taking a breath. And caddy doing a great job. Chris always right there to support and uplift Sarah. He said, hey, give me the knuckles right away. You're safe. That's good work done by a caddy. Nothing like team captain Tom, though. I mean, that guy is on full-blown duty.
The gold standard, if you will.
The gold standard.
Let's see where we're taking these next shots from. Terry, do you have any intel on where Gannon will take her next from?
Yeah, it seems like they're having a conversation right now, and it looks like they're moving forward. I was just about to get closer, but looks like they're moving closer at the moment.
Yeah, that seemed like the correct play after we saw that replay.
And you just have to hope that your card mates are in position to do their job. Job being, you must watch all of the other throwers and be able to make a decision if there is a question. It is possibly one of the most disappointing things when a card mate can't make a decision. So everyone here playing to their most professional ability in giving Gannon the correct spot.
And you can see she is taking her meter a little left as well to kind of open up that putt, which you can do after an OB. You can take your meter in any direction.
And keeping her foot just in bounds. Everything is looking good. She needs to make this putt.
To save bogey, Missy Gannon.
Yes. Very well done by Missy. She limits the damage. Everything happened as good as it could have for that OB result.
Yeah.
And I'm giving kudos to the card mates there when I say everything happened as it should have or could have. That was all so appropriate and done correctly. I'm glad that went in.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of times I wasn't watching. You know.
And you just don't want to hear that.
Yeah. Holcomb for par.
And Sarah, from a really difficult body positioning, is able to find the bottom of the cage there.
And now just 3 off the lead as Gannon slides back a stroke. Over to Mandujano. A birdie look. Alexis slides back to 2 over on the day. Now just 5 off the lead. And that's 1 or 2 holes at Northwood.
That's right.
Allen for bogey.
And we haven't seen her miss low. In fact, Katrina's been mostly dialed. She only sent 1 over the top of the basket. That was still in the very middle of the pull. Let's hope she can at least count the good about what that putt did.
That drops Allen to 1 over now. 4 off the lead of Missy Gannon. And Missy Gannon, a big time putt. Nice little band-aid putt here for Gannon. That's why she's your defending champion. Stuff like that.
That's certainly correct, Ian. Missy Gannon is such a smart player, and she's been on tour for a few years now. That's a lot of experience built, and the confidence with all of the experience and knowledge being combined, that's what it takes, and that's absolutely what has found her on top of the podium and having the best season yet this year, looking for that top finish. Fantastic angle control.
My goodness.
She knows her discs, and she is that big money putter. Missy Gannon is a fantastic choice of an FPO player to study all sides of the game. She also throws a very good sidearm. We don't see her lean into that skill very often, but she's got the versatility.
Big money Missy. That's last year, taking it down.
Big moment hoisting that trophy.
And here are the big paychecks. She made 8,000 plus. Missy has 3 of them since 2021. A couple of those were way over 8,000 too.
That's
the
right.
Pro Tour Championships. What was that? 30K. Yeah.
Missy stepping up to the challenge when the dollars are piling up. Stepping up to the challenge at other times as well. But I really just like how she sees a big bite of pressure and she's up for the serving.
Mandujano on the tee of 14. Looks like it hit a tree at the end there and kicked long and right, I believe.
I couldn't quite tell what the reaction was,
interesting.
but this is one of the fairways that has a little bit of width to it.
At least on the tee shot.
Yeah, exactly.
After that, good luck. Sarah Hookham.
We knew we were going to see the backhand here. This is quite high with way drastic hyzer angle. Not sure it's going to have enough to get to the corner.
Ooh.
Judging by the reaction, it probably didn't.
Terry, we're watching Missy Gannon take the tee right now. Talk about those first 2 tee shots we saw, though.
Yeah, as you guys were saying, it looks like it's going to be short for Hookham, and I think Alexis is going to be in a perfectly fine spot.
Okay, nice. Good to hear there.
I like the shape of this. Yeah, I was going to say it's going to beat the corner if it gets a little ground action. Missy is set up to attack.
Allen looking to bounce back. She is 3 over on the last 2.
Yeah, really, really low out of Katrina's hand. Now, the drastic hyzer angle with the overstable disc was the right play, but she needed some air underneath that shot.
That was not what you're looking for. What's going to fly 14, Zoe? Walk us through.
So the first thing to do is get a good distance straight off the tee pad. If you're a right-handed thrower, we're looking for a little bit of stability in the disc so that it will fade to the left. Very tough hole for a left-handed line, as you'd have to play a turnover. But the very first task is really just beating this corner and placing yourself somewhere that is centered to throw a driver or potentially a mid as far as you possibly can up this fairway. Mid would be the choice for control, not too much right to left variance. As you can see, the trees on the left are absolute jail. Certainly you're going to have to pitch out. And on the right-hand side, we got a cornfield. You may lose your disc if you're over there. Must keep it in the middle, just like we talked about pretty much all day. There is enough room with a par 5 to give yourself a chance for a pitch and still maintain carding the par. But this is also one where if you have execution, the birdie is well within your reach.
Allen short of the corner after her tee shot. Let's see if she can keep the second one in the middle. The answer is yes, but not the progress she hoped for. Ahead on the fairway, Scoggins. Oh. That was Ohn 6. She's putting for a hockey stick from circle 2. In the tree? Who's in the tree? Hokum is the word from our friends at production.
An interesting landing. It looks like it's barely teetering there. But Sarah will find the perfect spot on the ground to put the mini.
Yep.
There's no stroke penalty. No 2-meter rule in effect here.
An awkward swing here for Sarah.
Oh, no.
It was just too weird.
Yeah, the wrist didn't look like it wanted to bend in the shape she wanted to release the disc.
Mandujano pushed this just a little long of the hallway, but this looks doable.
Yeah, and she's opting for a standstill for control, but the same disc that she was lining up her run-up, yeah, I expected her to throw that pretty hard.
Mm-hmm.
She catches a tree about halfway, or a little bit late in the flight line. Not a lot of damage. She's just barely off of the fairway.
Yeah.
I would actually consider that the fairway with how much room has been cleared out this year.
Katrina Allen lining up her third already. We'll need 2 good shots from here to salvage par. I think she found that bubble.
Yeah, she'll be all right there, but I'm just not seeing the commitment or the confidence right now in Kat, where we saw quite a bit of confidence early.
Scoggins ahead on the green, putting for 7. And it dribbles out in a snowman. That's what Ohn will be picking up here on the hardest hole on the course, Zoe.
Yeah, 14 this year may earn its shining position as the one that the women just don't want to play.
Yeah.
It is the hardest on the course today.
Hokum, her third, after the second didn't get much. That's an overturn out of Hokum. It's cut rollering.
Yep, too much angle provides really uncomfortable and dramatic ground action.
Shout to the 3 women with birdies here on 14 today. Holly Finley, Hannah Wynn, and Madison Walker.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, Birdie here is sending them up the leaderboard because so many bogey strokes have been served.
Yeah. And Hannah had a bullseye birdie even.
Wow, let's go Hannah.
Missy Gannon.
Early release, she's asking for it to get down.
That's
very edge of the fairway.
I think that's about where we saw Ohn throw her 6th from. Thankfully, it'll only be Missy's 3rd.
It's up there, pretty good.
They're trying to get Hokum's disc back.
I thought it was just barely hanging on up there. Seems to be sneakily lodged.
I have a buddy that carries a tape measure, like a 30-foot Fat Max, and it works amazingly well.
Hey, now there's one I haven't actually heard.
Yeah.
I like the extender pulls with the little hook or 2 hooks on the end.
Mandujano, her 3rd now.
fantastic.
Oh, look at the flip on this. Gorgeous.
The flip, but the commitment, Ian.
Yeah.
That tree was so in her run-up, and she decided to take smaller steps to still harness the power, and she got it.
And there, we're going up. Oh, he's going to shake it. Oh, whoa. Oh, my goodness.
The VIP spectators,
asking
they are
for a
going to get a
pokey.
gold star today
Yeah.
for the commitment.
Oh, here we
They're being very quiet and cautious of where the players are and who's throwing
Yep.
while climbing and really just putting some skin in the game here with these FPOs.
He's probably going to leave some skin on that tree, Zoe.
That's what I was thinking.
There we go. What a guy.
We love the disc golf community. We love the spectators and the fans.
And Sarah's going to love
everything.
having her disc back.
Oh, you know she's loving that.
Speaking of Hokum, 4th.
Pressing the height just absolutely to the threshold and barely getting caught up at the end of its flight. She's in circle 2.
Yep. Long look at par. Is that our hero right there?
That is our hero. It was a group effort, but this guy climbing and grabbing the stick, that was an assisted effort, and very stoked to be returning this one to Sarah.
Allen. Throwing 4.
Tricky angle here. Just not able to pass.
The shape was nice.
It was just too wide, trying to work through that fairway.
Ah, here's the moment. Ah, got a pin? Ah, that's awesome. Let's see the Hokum pin. Show it off, buddy. Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
Props to Sarah Hokum and props to our VIP spectators.
I love disc golf pins, by the
cool.
way. They're great people. They make a great product.
I agree, but let me tell you, I love our world and community of
It's the
disc
best.
golf. Great timing here to show that off at the most difficult course on the tour. At least some think so. And the spectators are there for the support.
Looking down at 14's fairway. We're looking kind of up from the corner. Basket tucked in the trees, top of your screen. All that corn is OB. Doesn't come into play often, though. Left-hand side of the fairway is Missy Gannon for her 3rd.
Okay, so there's advancement. A little bit of drastic angle, pretty much just cut and hit the ground, or hit the ground and cut to stop instead of cut roll.
So Missy will look for the up and down par from there. Up and down par is out of the equation for Allen as this is her 5th.
Some of our highest rated players with some of the most prestigious titles really struggling here on round 1, hole 14.
Sounded a little high for Allen. And in circle 2, putting for bogey. Macy Vela-Diaz. Tee shot on 17. She has a great sidearm, showing that off right now.
Oh, ooh. We heard the crowd saying, do it. I thought it was going to. Fantastic shot from Macy.
Back on 14, Mandujano.
And that should leave her pretty close. That last shot put her well up the fairway.
Yeah, that was nice.
Love where Missy placed this, though. Even though it didn't advance far, look at how open and comfortable this shot looks.
And Missy puts that into the bullseye for a drop-in par. Well done. Not losing strokes to many on this one. Looks like Sarah Hokum will ready her next from the right-hand side of the fairway. This is a par look coming up for Sarah Hokum. She's in circle 2.
I saw Sarah looking upward, but I think that was just kind of assessing different routes she could throw her putter through. Very difficult to access this basket. It is protected on almost all sides.
And Sarah will look to clean up bogey from there. Allen, a bogey looking circle 2. A little closer than I thought it was, thankfully.
And maybe one of the hardest looks from circle 2. This is a very narrow alleyway to the basket, and she's going to have to probably put some Anheuser angle on the putter because of those late right trees.
And that's not her angle, Zoe.
It's definitely not the way we see Cat putt. Much more hyzer putter. Oh. That was a good attempt. Katrina feeling the frustration that Northwood Black can bring to a player after just not catching a break or getting through this fairway.
Band-aid putt for Hokum to clean up bogey. Just a little too strong, and Sarah also picking up a hockey stick. That one hurts.
Certainly does. We're seeing some big numbers come out of 14.
Mandujano for 5, and that's a good par.
That's a great number.
Yep. Grabbing 2 strokes on Allen and Hokum. As Katrina puts home the double. Missy Gannon, a nice par. Will be followed by another double, this one coming from Hokum. Hokum had been cruising, a little bit of a cooler there on 14. Look to get it back on 15. On 17, Vela Diaz for birdie. You saw the drive. Macy sneaks it over and in. And that's a solid day after kind of the Hokum start, wasn't it?
Yeah, a lot of color on the scorecard, and just to be 1 over is a great way to recover.
We're on hole 15 with Ohn throwing 2. This can stay clean. It's got it.
You're right, and she hits the pole.
How about that?
Hopefully some of those female players at home were calling out the dot from many, many years ago, Women's Global event. Val Jenkins and the crew creating the dot competition if you draw a medal.
I remember filming some daisy chains back in the day where that was
That's right.
all the rage.
So Missy Gannon commanding, and I'm saying commanding, with a 2-shot lead. That's a big deal at Northwood's Black. She's done a lot of work out there, and she's made a lot of smart decisions. Shouting out Stephanie Vincent and Ella Hansen. Solid play and finish, finding themselves 1 under par. After Northwood's, that is a great achievement.
Still anybody's game. I got 3 rounds left after this, and these strokes flying all over the place. Stinchcombe having a nice day at 2 over on that. Cynthia Ricciardi. Madison Walker got it in with a 3. Kat Merch, I'm sure that's a pretty disappointing 4 over for Kat. She's been having a great year. Flying 15, Zoe.
Wow, this one's a par 4. 525 feet. OB the entire left side, and there's a slight left down to right, like funneling down to the OB decline or incline, however, whichever side of the fairway you're standing on. Gravity is funneling you, is what I'm trying to say, towards the OB. A forehand or a turnover backhand are both great plays, but you have such a slight amount of angle that you got to play with in order to match the slope and not peel out or let that gravity funnel you. It just takes 2 good shots to get yourself up there for the birdie attempt.
the whole fam out here watching high-level FPO disc golf. You'll love to see it.
The future of the game, out to spectate the best in the game.
Ooh, that's a lot of work right there.
And there's been a lot of work done.
Oh, there's another one. There's two in the carriage. The stroller. Oh, my goodness.
I want to point out that the Ledgestone Insurance Open provides all of the opportunities for the family environment, for the children. There was a Ledgestone Open team clinic for the youth. Let's see, that was Tuesday afternoon after the UPlay event. So kids are getting all kinds of awesome opportunities out here. Trash Panda Minis were given out at both. Tons of discs and equipment at the UPlay giveaway. And look at the kids are out here to support the event.
On the tee, Mandujano.
Fantastic. You don't see a lot of players opting for that right side gap or alley, but it is totally there. It's a player that's done their homework on this hole that would know that.
Gannon.
Asking for it to cool down, because if it was any higher or had more angle, it could have peeled out over to the OB, but that low release was what actually Missy was looking for. I think she probably wanted a little bit of an adjustment on the angle. She's in the middle of the fairway, though.
Hokum.
Much more comfortable with the forehand as it fades away from the OB. The trouble with the forehand play, though, is that there are trees scattered throughout the right-hand side of the fairway, so she knows that's what she's going to have to contend with on the second shot.
Yeah, it's less risk on the tee shot, but I think it makes her second shot a little harder.
Yep.
Allen. Can that flip enough?
I don't think so, Ian. I think it's funneling. Oh.
Oh, my goodness.
A really great break for Katrina Allen. She could really use that after the last hole.
And he's here. Happy about that. On the green of 17, Holly Finley putting for par.
And someone else doing work out there today. Holly is tied for fourth at even. And making big putts like that are certainly going to help her chances. Holly's had a few birdies. She started with 3 bogeys and has fought back.
How about that?
Incredible.
Scoggins on 16. Go in?
Please.
Oh, hopefully that stayed on the top shelf.
I don't know. It's
they
pretty.
don't.
That hill's very close, but we see a lot of birdie putts made from down there in the gully.
True. Very true. Chantel Badinsky, Canada's finest. She's out of Windsor, and that's nicely done.
And she drives it past the basket in a very easy-looking attempt for her birdie.
I love that hole, by the way. It's just one of the prettiest holes in disc golf.
I think every player here, AMs and pros alike, want to ace that hole.
So much. Back to Missy Gannon on 15's fairway, throwing her second.
Oh, no.
Ooh.
Just a slight second, not even a half a second of late release there. She hits first available. Not what Missy was looking for.
Thankfully, it didn't kick OB, though.
Yes.
That looked like it could have happened there for
it
a
was
split second.
Pretty high up. You're right, Ian.
Hokum, her second coming up. Sarah hoping to erase at least one of those bogey strokes earned on 14.
Fantastic shot. It's deep of the pin, but man, Sarah has just such control over that sidearm.
Haley King on hole 16. A birdie putt from where you mentioned, Zoe. Oh, how about that?
I didn't know that was going to happen, but I'm telling you, that is such a cool putt and a birdie to card. A lot of players have that memory. Haley joining them.
Some solid foreshadowing there, Zoe.
Yeah.
Taking a look down at your final group, making their way up 15's fairway. Mandujano second.
She's way up the fairway. Man, that drive was even more spectacular off the tee than I thought. And look at this stress-free tap-in. Excellent. Well-played hole by Alexis.
Yeah, really fighting back. That'll get her to just 1 over on the day, 4 off of the lead. Speaking of lead, here is Missy Gannon throwing her third. Looking for up and down par at this point. That's not good, Zoe. That's a great kick, though.
The trees recognize the champ. Friendly kick there. Too much Anheuser angle out of the hands. Not in bad shape now, though, after that kick. Take a look at that. The angle just right out of her hand. I think her wrist just barely turned to the right, and she didn't plan on that.
Is she circle 1? Maybe shallow circle 2?
Yeah, shallow circle 2.
Okay. Katrina Allen, this drive was booming, if barely safe.
Go in.
That looked
It
perfect.
was perfect, and in the slow speed just kind of falling out of the sky. I thought it was just going to drop into the cage. Very good shot for Katrina, and a good recovery after a difficult hole.
Swinging ahead to Budinsky, putting for birdie on 16. There we go. Her second birdie of the day. And back to 15 for Gannon, putting for par. Needs this to maintain the 2-stroke lead.
Oh, yes. And that was also in the heart. So dialed up by Missy Gannon. 2019 World Putting Champion, and those are the putts that just tell you the story.
Gosh, she's such a gamer, Zoe.
Answering to the pressure. Wow.
Yeah, she's one of those, turns into diamonds under pressure.
That's right.
That's Missy Gannon for you. Holcomb pushed this approach a little bit long, coming back for birdie.
And Sarah gets that one to fall in.
Nicely done. Nice bounce back after that 7 on 14. That puts Holcomb back to 1 over on the day. Just 4 off the lead of Gannon. Allen and Mandujano drop-in birdies. Well done. Allen gets back to 2. Mandujano will get back to 1. One more look at this Missy Gannon from way downtown. They're giving her 60 feet on this Megan. I'm not going to disagree with that. It's huge.
I could see that all day long.
What does Tom think? Hey, he's seen it before. Golf. I got a golf clap for you.
Tom's used to that, where the crowd is losing their mind. I'm getting my heart rate up in here. Lisa Fakis's putt earlier. Missy's right there. It is healthy to watch the Disc Golf Network. Get your heart rate up and down and watch some good golf. Ooh, yeah.
On 16, Ohn Scoggins putting for birdie.
Almost for our Scoggins.
Holly Finley on 18.
Amazing. I was hoping she would beat that tree down the fairway, and she did. She got a good distance up the fairway.
And look at Mandujano on the tee of 16.
Great height. Needs to finish hyzer out. It does. She's under the basket, Ian. That's pretty much next to perfect. The only thing better would be carding an ace.
Some friendly cabbage there. That's back-to-back drop-in birdies for Alexis. Hokum.
Using all of the width of the fairway, but the stability just wasn't quite there in the disc selection. Sarah's off the fairway in quite a hairy place.
Alan, that is not what you're looking for. That's headed down into the water at best. In the woods, if worse.
Ian, it's definitely gotten into Katrina's head early in the round about the release and now the drastic angle. We've seen too much hyzer and too low of release, trying to fix that release point, and it's really messing with Kat.
Gannon. Missy's going to be down where we saw Ohn Scoggins. And tossing it down to our man Terry Miller. How about that reaction you saw out of Tom after that huge make from Missy on 15?
Yeah, I continue to watch Tom's reaction whenever Missy's putting, and as you guys said, he almost takes it for granted when she makes a putt. I walked over by him, though, and he looked at me and he goes, well, that's one way to get a par. And I think it's exactly what I was thinking. So, Missy making it happen out here.
That was a very exciting way to make par. There is Tom and Terry. And Scoggins. Tee of 17. Flexing that forehand. Oh, hit the bridge?
Actually, it hit a late tree just at the corner, and I think she's on the front side of it, which is good news. Ohn can definitely birdie from there if she is on the front side. I believe she's clear.
Yep, they're giving her circle 2 for that birdie bit. Oh. There's your featured card making their way to the tee of the next.
This entire season, we have had the coolest views from up above. I love the drone work that the Disc Golf Network has continued to apply and get better and better at. We're getting the scenic views, and we're getting a real feel for what these courses look like.
Finley on 18. You saw her drive? Let's see if she tries to cut the corner or plays from the more traditional fairway.
Yeah, I want to talk about this one, Ian. Cutting the corner is so dangerous. Of course she's in good position, but it's like a fool's gap. It's a very, very tough thing to do. Low percentage shot.
Looks like she's playing it smart, Zoe.
Good thing. That means the experience is kicking in. Holly knows what the fairway looks like up ahead. She needs to be right there. Great play by Holly. It's so tempting to try to take that fool's gap, but I've seen MPO and FPO alike never make it work.
Yep. And that is a Scoggins. Very close. Putting for birdie.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
How did that disc get up there? That's amazing. Of course, it's a dream hole or fairway for Ohn.
Yeah, it is. And fires that one home nicely, and that's a colorful day for Scoggins. Sits at 1 over. That's just 4 off the lead, though. And Allen well short of the creek. This is not good. Throwing 2. Oh, that's not good either.
Too high. It's down below still. That's going to be such a difficult par to card.
Moving the wrong way on a birdie hole is Katrina Allen. that a Mandujano down there? Yeah, they believe that is Alexis down there. It's a birdie look. No, not. Alexis is parked. It must be.
Yeah, this is Sarah Hokum.
Yeah, there we go.
Coming up just out of the bullseye. That should be, well, that's an easy par to card if she's got the confidence in the putter dialed in.
There is Sarah climbing out of the creek. Katrina Allen will be headed down into that same creek for her third.
And that is casual water. Every year it has been. Some years that could be dried up, and some years it could be deep.
Mm-hmm. We've seen some wet putts out of that creek before.
Talked about that actually on the course with Connor O'Reilly during a practice round. And, you know, at late points in the round, like the end of hole 16, even players that really don't like that footing being kind of muckied up will choose to go into it because it's only 2 more fairways left. Some players just can't handle it and will take their stance off of the casual water.
Wow, it's really dry this year.
It is.
Huh. Allen for par from the bottom of the hill. They're giving her circle 2 for this look. Not off by much, but it will be a bogey for Allen.
Yeah, I got to point out, that was right in the center of the cage.
Mm-hmm. There is Missy Gannon's disc. That's probably going to be a layup for par.
Yeah, I think she's a little too close to the hill.
Yeah, a little too far as well.
Yeah, to be able to give it a real go. Even a layup could be difficult from here.
Yeah. So she might see an alley through, though. I was expecting the reach out forehand. She is down in the mucky muck, Zoe.
This seems really hard just to get up the hill. There's a lot of tree branches hanging in her way and not enough room to step out from them.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
It slides down.
That's the one thing you can't do there. Just leave it short.
There just really wasn't any options. I mean, she did the best with what she could. Take a look.
What happened exactly? Oh,
it
yeah.
did hit that branch.
Yeah.
It was not the intended plan to bank shot off the branch. There just wasn't airspace.
And probably just struggling to stay still on this hill. Can she somehow put in this par putt to maintain a 2-stroke lead with 2 more to go, day 1?
Oh, man, that was so close. I almost challenged everyone at home to place your bets because I was feeling it going in. Left side chains high. That was a super good attempt.
Sarah Hokum putting for par to grab a stroke on the leader. Hokum now just 3 back. Katrina. A bogey drop in. Be followed by a Mandujano drop in birdie. And a Gannon bogey. Mandujano grabbing 2 strokes on Missy right there. Let's swing ahead to 18 while they make their way to 17. We have a snake. Huh.
Oh, boy. That is a very uncomfortable zone for Zoe Andyke.
Is that a rat snake? What is
I'm
that?
backing way up if I'm down there. I'm telling you, it's just
Oh, he's
not
going to the
good
tee
for
pad.
me.
It's probably nice and warm, you know, the tee pad.
It probably is.
Yeah. This is a big boy.
Get out of here.
Is that a good or a bad omen, Zoe?
Depending on if you're a snake lover, I could see someone like Nate Perkins really feeling that kind of good mojo. He's had some snake stamps in the past, whereas a lot of the ladies down here are probably pretty uncomfortable.
Pretty anti-snake? Yeah. If you know what kind of snake that is, shoot me a message. I want to know. Oh, he came back. This is later. Oh, wow. We're shooing the snake now. Oh.
I got to point out, too, Sarah Gilpin, who has done some pretty good work out here today, she is actually probably somebody that was stoked to see this snake.
Yeah, that's right.
She is working with reptiles, amphibians, animals of all kinds, but certainly the reptiles are in her wheelhouse of knowledge.
The Scoggins tee shot on 18 is leaking right. She's kind of in that Finley zone we saw a little while back. On 17, Mandujano.
Early release and a bad kick out of bounds.
Just fighting back so nicely. Had birdied 3 of the last 4, Zoe.
I know. I wanted to see that stay safe.
Yeah, it was just 2 off the lead. She was 5 back not too long ago. Next up, Hokum. Also not too far off the lead.
All right. I did want to see that green flag. That's such a hard shot. We saw Ohn just a minute ago birdie, but she's using that flex through the trees where Sarah's taking the skinnier right side with the sidearm. That's so hard.
Allen with the backhand play. She found the release point there, Zoe.
I was just going to say it, Ian.
Gosh, that is a beaut.
Happy to see that for Kat. She's just going to have a tap-in birdie. I thought we were almost going to see it ring up an ace.
Your leader, Gannon, now up by just 1 over Ella Hansen and Stephanie Vincent.
Beautiful turn on this disc. It is fading out.
Ooh, it's going to test that OB. Inbounds, isn't it? Yeah, that's the fence right there. It's inbounds.
Yes.
There's that old buried chain link fence you can't even see unless you hit it. It might have hit it and kicked it back in bounds, I wonder. Maybe we'll get another look at that one.
We've seen that in years past.
Yep, we have.
So Missy Gannon will have an opportunity for her birdie. It's going to be a big putt.
Mandujano heading to the drop zone after her OB drive, throwing 3. That's a little work left for the 4. She is fantastic on the green. And someone confirming for me that was a rat snake.
A rat snake.
Yep.
Okay.
That was my guess.
Getting familiar with some of the things to be found out here, some of the life to be found out on Northwood's Black.
Let's jump ahead to Holly Finley, a par putt for Finley. Oh, and that likely actually would have put her on the lead card for tomorrow.
That was a really beautiful attempt.
Oh, she'll be playing on the chase card. Hokum for birdie, back on 17. This would put Hokum on the lead card for tomorrow. Not to be, though. She'll have one more chance at birdie to make that final group. I believe we could see Ellen Widboom on our lead card tomorrow if nobody picks up birdie here coming down the stretch.
Fantastic. We haven't seen enough of Ellen Widboom this year, And to put together some solid play out at Northwood. No doubt feeling good.
Well, of Ella and Ellen, that's going to be trouble, Zoe.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Gannon coming back for birdie. This for a 2-stroke lead.
Yes. Right in the heart of the chains. Missy grabbing another birdie.
Opening up that 2-stroke cushion again. Mandujano will walk to a bogey comebacker after the OB drive.
Without a doubt.
And wasting no time.
That's exactly what it is for Alexis. Just no time to think. Got the confidence. Let's just go.
Katrina, a drop-in birdie after a beautiful drive. Hokum to clean up par. No worries there. And if you are just joining us today, Missy Gannon is having herself a day at Northwood Black. Let's check that out.
Yeah, that's right, Ian. It's getting done with every skill. And we've talked about it a couple times, but you guys really want to find yourself trying to do what Missy's doing on the very first hole. She's the first woman in the entire world to do this.
455-foot park job.
Whew. And from the fairway, really difficult positioning, really having to take good stance and control of the body. She puts everything into it with a run up and gets it right next to the basket. And just knowing those discs, knowing her release point and height and angle, she's right next to the cage again.
On 10 now, swinging in that hyzer beautifully. What a putt that was to save bogey. Back on 13 after the OB approach. And this huge make. 15. Missy's looking dialed.
Impressive putt there, too, with the drop-off right behind the basket. Nothing will faze her.
And let's check out Zoe's keys for closing, brought to you by our friends at blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
When you are out of position, remember that par is a great score. There's no damage taking apart Northwood Black. Hang on through the middle section because that's really where things get a little scary, and then stay calm and focused. You got to capitalize on C2 opportunities. Those women that are really charging for a podium finish this weekend are putting themselves in position and needing to capitalize.
And Terry, did you happen to catch that snake that's roaming around down there? Our rat snake friend?
Yeah, I got over there just in time to see it kind of slither off the back of the tee pad. Looks like it's going to go relocate itself. So not too bad as our final feature card comes through.
There we go. Happy hunting, Mr. Rat Snake. There is Nate Heinold, the man behind Ledgestone.
Yeah, and listening to his interview yesterday, if you guys didn't get a chance, I'd go back and watch the press conference. A lot of good information, and a big shout out to Mr. Jamie Kemp being the lead or the main designer. Heinold providing tons of the work to put this course in, but Mr. Kemp really putting the challenge out there for all competitors in Northwood Black.
Ooh, and Katrina has yet to find that release point, and she's out of holes now.
That
Maybe
was a
tomorrow.
Gnarly kick.
It really was. She has gotten all the rough ones today. Gannon. Nice looking swing from Missy. If this can settle in the right spot. Oh, yes. In business on 18 is your leader. Hoping to maybe push that lead to 3 before day 2 starts. Back on the tee, Hokum. Lovely spin from Hokum. That should work. And now Mandujano. A birdie will probably still keep her on the chase card. Oh, that's not going to birdie, though. That is trouble for Mandujano on the finishing 18. Head on the fairway, Ohn Scoggins. 3rd shot for your Masters World Champion. Going mid-range here.
Catches a late tree, but that is in very good distance and range for Ohn Scoggins. She doesn't miss putts like that.
No, she doesn't. Welcome into the booth in Peoria, Ian and Zoe. What do you make of day 1, Zoe?
A lot.
A lot.
I mean, there's so much that goes on out at Northwood Black. You can't really place bets on who from T-Pad 1 is going to take over or have the hot round because so much can happen, so much difficulty, such great design. And I want to take just 1 second. I thought Jamie Kemp was one of the main designers. I want to give credit to the entire Ledgestone crew.
Sure.
And Northwood Black has been kind of touched in and redesigned by multiple people.
Yeah.
We are really thankful for this stage to be playing like an Elite Series Plus on. So many points on the line at such a crucial time in the Disc Golf Pro Tour. If you are out of the cut or even out of the top 4, you're really trying to make a charge at this tournament to give yourself good positioning for the Tour Championships.
I'll put. We saw Katrina's 2nd was solid progress. Now Mandujano hoping for the same. Trying to make the corner, but punished for doing so is Mandujano. Speaking of punishing, Terry, this is a punishing course. Tell us about the people that made this happen.
Yeah, as you guys were just saying, lots of design, lots of work has gone into this throughout the years. A lot of people have had their hands on it. And Jamie Kemp is one of my favorite people in disc golf. However, it was really Kip Toffer, who is the local, who had come out here and designed so much of the work. Nate and the rest of the crew continued with the development to ultimately get it in its position so that we could play the Northwood Black the way it's designed today. It's been such a labor of love over these last few years. Thousands and thousands of hours and dollars poured into this course. Kip Toffer is the guy you want to thank.
Well, thank you, Terry, for that information.
Some quick research done while hustling around down on the ground.
The man is amazing.
Shouting out Terry Miller and Kip.
Yeah. The Gannon 2nd did not do what she wanted. Short and left of optimal. She'll be playing for par from there and hope to hold on to that 2-stroke lead. Next up with the 2nd shots is Sarah Hokum.
She's going for placement here. You cannot access the pin with that much cut off. She's just got to get around that corner. She does catch a late tree, but she advanced pretty far up the fairway. She can still get the par.
Yep. So unless Hokum throws that one in, we kind of have our final group locked in. We'll be watching Missy Gannon, Stephanie Vincent, Ella Hansen, and Ellen Woodboom tomorrow on your league card.
We can always go with some nicknames tomorrow, Ian. We can go with the Boom and the Crush. Ella, one of the most elite distance throwers we have ever seen. The Crush girl on Discmania. Ellen Woodboom, the boomer herself, with some booming forehand.
Mandujano off the fairway left for her 3rd. Is it an Anheuser or a roller coming?
Yeah, just a flat forehand.
Oh,
and an excellent. I mean, excellent power put behind it, but yes, your reaction is correct. It leaked way too far right. She's gonna have to get a nice putter throw up to the basket.
Do you think the Mandujano sisters flip for Paul?
No.
No.
Absolutely think that Paul sees his teammate in Discraft and saw her success last weekend almost taking a victory home. And I'd like to believe that Paul wants to help drive his teammates in Discraft and really build on that confidence that Alexis started last weekend.
Katrina looking at her third. Still work left to do for this par.
Looks like she's lining up the inside gap. And she is advanced up the fairway. She's out of circle 2 there, and there's a lot of trees between her and the basket.
Looks like Katrina will finish the day at 3 likely as she's putting for par in circle 2 is our U-Disc update. Into the woods they go on 18. Along with our VIP spectators, Zoe.
Yeah, and if you're looking at the clock at all, we're just 6-7 minutes shy of a 4-hour round in these daunting woods. That is a whole lot of focus for a long time for these players to hold on to. I mean, you add up the difficulty of Northwoods from the design to the time it takes to play it, and it really is asking a lot of these players.
And if Missy can get this in for at least a bogey, this will be her first post-round lead since last year's Ledgestone, actually.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Very interesting. So she's on pace to achieve her goals.
Ooh, that's not going to help, though. That looks like 2 shots from there, Zoe.
I think you're right.
The lead will likely be just 1 now for Gannon. With this bogey finish. Gannon marked as still as on the fairway after 3. She'll get a little bit of a break as Hokum throws her third.
Beautiful shot for Sarah.
So you'll be finding Sarah Hokum on our chase card tomorrow. Missy throwing 4. This is not a guaranteed up and down, is it, Zoe?
Yeah, these are really narrow gaps to throw through, Ian. This is going to take quite a bit of skill to get through both tree gaps.
Oh, nicely done.
Leaning into her zone, and it gets the job done.
Over to Mandujano. This is Alexis's 4th. About the same result as Gannon.
And the zone is the disc of choice right here to approach 18's basket. Got to get in the zone, Ian.
The right mindset, right?
Looks like Paul is doing really good caddy work here. He's checking the scores. He's letting his player know where she's at. She's almost done with the round.
Katrina looking at par in circle 2.
Oh, this is such an uncomfortable stance. Takes away so much power. You're almost
Like
no power added from the base.
Probably a nose up floater. Yeah, not to be for Allen. '18 is pretty tough, playing as the 3rd most difficult on the day, 0.65 over par. Over par is where you'll find Missy Gannon putting for bogey.
And finishing her round, Missy Gannon will be leading the field, although she wasn't particularly happy about that bogey.
Yeah.
She's still on top.
Still better than the rest. Mandujano cleans up her bogey. Looks like Hokum will grab a stroke on the card here with the par. Nicely done. We'll be watching Sarah throw tomorrow. Katrina will be looking a little bit farther back in the field. But she'll look to make a run, and there are 3 more rounds left to go, Zoe.
We'll be leaving Northwoods and headed over to Sunset. Much more open course on a golf course, and we will finish our entire event here at Northwood.
And welcome into the booth again in Peoria. Ian Anderson, Zoe Andyke. Biggest takeaway on the day.
Mental strength, focus. At this point in the season, your skills have to be sharp, and you know what the course is going to demand out of you, but can you keep it together for 4 hours, and can you keep it together after bad breaks? That's what I'm taking away is mental strength.
Yeah, we've seen this course do that to Paul Macbeth, you know, one of the greatest of all time, right? It has absolutely wrecked him. To see the mental fortitude of these women today was really great to see. We're going to take one more quick break. When we come back, we'll have the OTB after show, the OTB shot of the day. We'll catch you there.
Check out the whole lineup at clashdisc.com.
When I walk up to a shot, I'm looking for the target. I'm looking at obstacles around the target, specific landing zones, looking at the height. Knowing all of that, I'm able to shape a shot. I don't want to think, did I get the right shot? Did I get the right distance? Like, that's it, I got it. Confidence is everything, and the Edge Disc Golf Rangefinder gives me exactly that.
Millennium's Quantum Vela is a speed 7 fairway driver. It's great for hyzers out of the box and seasons into a straight disc. Play smart, keep it simple, throw Millennium. Get yours at golfdisc.com.
Disc Golf Academy is the world's biggest online platform for learning the curves and angles of the world's fastest growing sport. Register today and get access to clear and well-structured lessons and exercises from the very best ever to throw the disc. New content uploaded every week. Start learning today.
The Challenger is consistent not only on the putting green, but also throwing as an approach disc. With the Challenger, you're getting a really straight flight, whether it be 5 feet or 120 feet. You can just really spin it and trust that it's just gonna hold right where you aim.
Open champion, hold my best!
Welcome back from the break. We're going to send it on down to our man Terry Miller. He's with your leader, Missy Gannon. All yours, Terry.
Joining us now is Missy Gannon. Missy, 1 round in the books. You're in the lead. Give us an assessment. How'd that round go for you?
It was feeling really smooth initially, the front 9. A couple bogeys here and there, but I felt like I was, getting the birdies when I could. The back 9 felt a little bit more of a roller coaster. I had to scramble pretty hard for par and, try to minimize the bogeys. So thankfully I only got single bogeys, but yeah, I feel pretty good about it overall.
Well, and I'll say I feel like that's consistent with the rest of the group. Everyone had their patches, their ups and their downs. What is it about nearly a 4-hour round? How do you keep your composure, especially with distractions and things going on everywhere?
Sure. Just try to keep it light, and we had a good vibe on the card, so just talking on the side when there's backups, and Tom's always there for me to talk with, and just try to keep it very light and not try to think too hard about, the weights or the distractions at all.
One of the greatest shots we've ever seen on hole number 1. That's how you open the tournament. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I know I had parked it in practice, and you do have to get a little bit lucky. There is obviously the main gap right down the middle, but I couldn't throw something straight enough to hit that main gap, and I know I have to kind of hit that high right side to get close to the basket. So that was the best I had ever thrown it, but I knew I could do it, and it's just about playing aggressive and trying not to shy away from the course as much as possible.
Another one that jumped out at me was the approach on 9. Absolutely beautiful, and I was thinking, could you actually surpass the effort on 1? I don't know, does one of those feel better than the other? Talk about hole 9's approach.
I love that. That's a Mantis. I love it so much. I know exactly what it's going to do, and it's one of those shots where you visualize it and you know that's the shape you want, and sometimes it doesn't work out, but when it does, it just feels like that's what keeps me coming back to disc golf, and those are the shots that just make my day.
Well, speaking of coming back, tomorrow you head to a different course, a unique format where you play here on the opening and closing rounds, 2 rounds at Sunset. You've talked about how you love that course as well.
Yeah.
What are you looking for tomorrow?
Yeah, I just staying aggressive, trying to get as many birdies as possible out there. It's all about shooting pretty hot because most of the field's going to shoot pretty well out there. So again, just trying to minimize the bogeys. You shouldn't really get too many out there. They might happen, but trying to play clean and get the birdies.
Well, Missy Gannon is out to defend her title here at Ledgestone. She's got a 1-stroke lead going into the second round tomorrow. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
your leader by a stroke heading into day 2, thanks to fantastic shots like this on 1.
And I love the interview with her. I love the honesty and just sheerly sharing it all. She said you got to get a little bit lucky, but there is a way to weave through there, and she just did it.
You got to throw a good shot to get lucky, right? Wow.
Complete trust in her discs. We've talked about that a few times.
Here's that shot on 9 she was just talking about.
The one that keeps her hungry and coming back and in love with disc golf.
Bullseye drop in. Here she is on 10. Put it right into the rocks for another birdie. That was a nice little turkey stretch, and that was a good bogey save on 13, Zoe.
Yeah, it's not always just the clean play that gets you there. It's minimizing the damage. And Missy talked about that actually, Ian, how she did get 3 bogeys in the back, but it was just a single bogey. That right there speaks to what it takes to get through Northwoods.
What do you expect we'll see tomorrow at sunset? It is, like Missy kind of mentioned, you got to score out there, Zoe.
We're going to see really low scores, under par. The entire field can shoot even and better. And so it's about collecting as many birdies as possible over the next 2 days so that you're in good shape for Northwoods on day 4.
And seeing of an albatross in the past, no?
That's right, the Halbatross.
A Halbatross.
By Holland Hanley.
Yeah, that's right.
I think we'll probably show that.
I would imagine that it'll pop on your screen at some point. Tournament Central coming right after the broadcast, but before Tournament Central, we got the OTB shot of the day. There were some good ones today, Zoe.
It's got to be either Alexis or Missy's huge circle 2 putt. I'm thinking Alexis all the way.
Missy on 1, though.
I mean, yeah, but I just get going about those putts.
I know. I feel you. I feel you on the putts. They're a little more exciting. But let's see what they got for us.
Come on, putter. It's the drive.
The one. You got to give it to her.
I mean, she was the very first one in history to do it during a tournament. Let's go, Missy.
A drop-in birdie, no less.
Hey, I like the putt on this one.
The putt was good on that one. It was really good. It was perfect.
But the drive was phenomenal.
Gosh, the shape on this. Managing all the angles, the downhill elevation. Perfect. What a way to start your defense, you know?
Yeah, definitely adding to that confidence to just really get this tournament going.
And let's check out your broadcast times for later today for the gents. 3:30 Eastern, 2:30 local, and then Zoe and I will be back on your screen tomorrow. 9:30 Tournament Central starting at 9. That's all for day 1, Zoe.
It was a really good one, and I'm looking forward to round 2.
We'll catch you guys at MPO and FPO tomorrow. Thanks for watching.
Round 1 for the FPO division of the 2023 Ledgestone Open is complete here at Northwoods. And Missy Gannon, your leader yet again. Welcome to Tournament Central. Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins. Nate, let's talk Missy Gannon. How did she fare against the Northwoods Black course today?
Man, this is a hard course, Brian. It's a really unpredictable track. One of the most unpredictable courses, and you know, this is about as stacked as we've seen FPO after the first round. Missy last year started the event off with a 4 under par, 2 under par this year, and that's enough to get her in first place. And man, she started off incredible. So Brian, no one has birdied this hole in the FPO division ever. This is the first birdie, and look at this. Flexing her understable thrasher. That is an absolute tap-in to start her effort to defend the Ledgestone title.
Well, it's interesting. I talked to Paul McBeth, who caddied for Alexis Mandujano during the round, and he said that his advice to Alexis was that if you're off the fairway, don't try to be a hero out here. There's no opportunities to save if you don't need to. And I think Missy did that very well. I think she didn't bite when she didn't need to bite. I think she did bite when she needed to. I think, again, the shot on hole 1 was phenomenal. And it showcased that she's developing a bigger skill set. I think when we look at the second place finishes, it's not just woods courses where she can throw technical shots. She got second place at the Las Vegas Challenge. I mean, she is absolutely an elite player on all fronts. And right now, the stat that we have to talk about is Circle 1 in regulation. I think that's going to be telling to who finishes on top this week, and today was Missy Gannon.
Yeah, and, you know, she missed some Circle 1 putts, and she's putting herself, she's also first in Circle 2 in regulation, Brian, but she only made 1 Circle 2 putt. So she's far and above the field in the throwing right now, and, you know, the strokes gained from putting is usually her best stat, and it wasn't today. So she's feeling really good about a 2 under par heading into Sunset.
Well, Sunset Hills, you are going to need to putt because there's going to be a lot of birdie opportunities out there. That's the course where you can strike and shoot double digits. Out here, maybe a 6-7 under is going to be the hottest round of the week if somebody really catches fire. A player that caught fire last week at the Mid-America Open that we just talked about briefly, Alexis Mandujano, who is not that far off the lead. She's in 13th place, but still only 4 off.
Yeah, I think that's the about as stacked as we've ever seen the FPO field. And, you know, I think last week's performance from Alexis, it got her on this lead card. I think that's exactly why we see her on the lead card. That putt is incredible. That's deep from Circle 2 there on 6. That's a birdie. She birdied back-to-back holes there. That gets her back to 2 under par. She went on to go 4 over the next 3. But then the hardest stretch of the course, you know, she's 4 over par at that point, Brian. She goes into 13 through 16. She goes 3 under. Really found her rhythm. And who was on the bag? The GOAT, Paul McBeth. And you had the chance to talk with Paul about Alexis. And what was that interaction like?
Well, he seems very pleased with the way she played today. He said, yeah, she had a bad stretch in the middle, but he mentioned that out of any player he's either coached, caddied for, anything like that, she listens the best out of anyone. So he said that she really internalized a lot of the things that he was telling her. He said he wasn't constantly bombarding her with advice. He waited until she would ask him, and clearly what she asked him paid off because, yes, after that middle stretch, she did fight back and grab those birdies on those tough holes. But there's, again, a lot of players just like Alexis who are throwing the disc really well at this point in the season, and tomorrow is going to be lights out for a lot of people. Sunset is the course where the pressure is on the other side. It's not just course management. It's pressing your foot on the gas on every single tee shot.
I think Sunset Hills is the only course all year long where the double-digit mark is expected. We're expecting several women to shoot 10 or better, and I think it, you know, the dynamic of coming here and having to manage the course and, you know, having to pick your spots and having to scramble and then going there and feeling that birdie pressure, as we like to call it, it's a great setup for an event.
Well, we have to talk about another player here, Sarah Hokum. And Sarah shot a 1 over par, 4 off the lead, 3 off the lead, but threw the disc fantastic today. I saw multiple situations where she almost dunked the disc into the basket from deep within the fairway, and not just blowing it by the basket, dropping it close. The forehand looked dialed today.
Yeah, and she tied Missy Gannon for Circle 1 in regulation. She just dug herself a hole early. Missed that Circle 2 putt on 1 to save the bogey, and then again a 2 putt on hole 2 from the circle. She missed 4 inside the circle, Brian. And Sarah as well, she found herself 3 over par on the front, and then she goes to birdie 10, 11, and 12 to kind of get herself back to even. It was just that hole 14, that one really bit her, didn't it?
Another player we have to talk about, Ellen Widboom, who caught fire today and shot a solid opening round, and we actually listened to Ellen after her round. Let's take a listen to what she had to say.
All right, we're here now with Ellen Widboom. Ellen, can you talk about the draw of a course like Northwood Black?
I think it just gives the players a little bit of everything. It's in the woods. We don't get that
a lot of the time, I feel like, and it's a fair course to where if you're punished off a drive or an upshot, you still have an opportunity to get up and at least try to scramble for par. So I think it's a fair course. They kind of got rid of some of the OB that was questionable, and it leads to better scoring opportunities. So,
Cool.
yeah.
Well, you kind of dug yourself a hole early. You bogeyed the first 3.
I did indeed. Not the 3 that I wanted on the first 3 holes.
Yeah, what's going through your mind? You know, you're 3 over. Like, how do you collect yourself? You find birdies on 2 of the next 3 holes, I believe.
I think so. Sounds about right. I just knew that those holes were a fluke, and I didn't get off the tee very well. And I knew that I could play better, and I just told myself if I could just now go for pars, birdies would be great. But I usually shoot a couple over out here anyway, so really just trying to mitigate it and realize that those were accidents, and that's not how I play. So
cool.
Yeah.
Well, looking at your stats, it looks like you threw the disc pretty well over the rest of the round. Talk about what shot was really working for you.
I have one of my, I think 2020 or 2021 sidewinders in the Woodboom Sidewinder, and it's just beat in perfectly, and I was trusting it on the backhand hyzer flips and forehands. It really was working. And then my roller game actually on quite a few holes worked and got me close to the basket to at least have a look at par.
Cool.
Yeah.
And you shot even on the round.
I did.
How do you feel like that score kind of sets up with the field?
I mean, I think it may be the best I've ever shot out here.
Yeah.
I think I glanced at scores, but people are still playing. I knew that coming up to Northwood, just to kind of keep it around par, because going out to Sunset, you can get a lot of like low scores out there. So keeping it there, not again like shooting myself in the foot on the first round. Yeah, I think it'll stack up pretty well. Hopefully it'll be top 10 going in tomorrow. That'd be nice.
Cool. Well, thanks for the interview, and we'll see you tomorrow at Sunset.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Well, Ellen is going to join the lead card tomorrow on the other side of the commercial break. Ella, we'll talk from her soon.
When I walk up to a shot, I'm looking for the target. I'm looking at obstacles around the target, specific landing zones, looking at the height. Knowing all of that, I'm able to shape a shot. I don't want to think, did I get the right shot? Did I get the right distance? Like, that's it, I got it. Confidence is everything, and the Edge Disc Golf Rangefinder gives me exactly that.
Ledgestone. Every summer, hundreds of disc golfers flock to the greater Peoria, Illinois area to compete in the sport's richest and most charitable event, the Ledgestone Open. But what does Ledgestone look like for the rest of the year? On the surface, Ledgestone is one of disc golf's leading retailers, but look a little closer and you'll find a group of motivated individuals providing the best possible service to the disc golf community. So whether you're building a bag, wanting to support your favorite pro, or looking to add to your disc golf wardrobe, choose the retailer that's as passionate about the sport as you are. Choose Ledgestone.
But first, I wanted to ask you about the draw to play an event like this. I feel like Ledgestone is kind of a tournament that no one really wants to miss, even though it's in the Midwest in the middle of the summer. Can you talk about the draw to this event?
Yeah, I mean, I personally really like this combination of courses. I think Northwood is a really challenging but good course for the FPO, and I think Sunset is also a really good course, and I think they complement each other really well, and obviously require very different shots. So I enjoy having both those two types of challenges in one tournament. Obviously, being an Elite Plus this year, like, you want to be here because you can make some money, get some points, and yeah, like the things like the Fly Mart, and there's just events going on all week. It's a nice to just have a big sense of disc golf community.
Cool. So I want to talk about, Northwood's Black. How do you feel going into the event? at this course, and how did you feel about a 1 under par today at this difficult course?
Yeah, I feel good about 1 under. I think that's the best round I've ever shot here. I am still kind of recovering from back injury from European Open, so I've been taking it really chill this week, trying to, my number one goal for this week is to not hurt myself and keep healing. So I'm only really playing because I feel like I can do that. So trying to stay really conservative, not throw like too many massive full power shots, and I think it worked out pretty well for the round today.
Yeah, so the back injury, it presents itself more when you're trying to throw harder, so you're kind of slowing things down.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely for more hard, like full power backhand shots. So leaning a little more on the sidearm than I probably would, and just trying to be as smooth as possible, which obviously helps on a wooded course as well.
And just looking at your stats, it looks like you threw the disc pretty well today, like 60% circle 2 in regulation, which, at this course is pretty well. Talk about your throwing, and also talk about, the putt didn't seem to be dropping as much today. 4 missed from inside the circle. Yeah.
Putting definitely wasn't quite as good. I don't know if the 4s, I think I only missed 2. Maybe the stats got a little messed up, but laid up a couple from C2 just because I wanted to kind of hold on to some pars and not get too wild with it. But definitely felt good off the tee. I had a couple of bad holes that kind of got me, but other than that, I feel like I played pretty solid and pretty happy with it.
Cool. Well, thanks for the interview, Ella. We'll see you tomorrow at sunset.
Thanks.
Well, a solid opening round for Ella Hansen. Another player with a solid opening round, Stephanie Vincent, Austin, Texas's own. Let's talk to Stephanie after her round today.
Okay. All right, Stephanie Vincent, I think you just said the key word when it comes to Northwood Black, stay calm.
Yes.
So is that the mentality you take to this course?
Yeah, all morning I just basically kept telling myself one shot at a time, just stay in the moment, stay present, try not to think about what's happening next, just finish one shot and go to the next.
Stat-wise, just looks like a pretty solid day. What are you most proud of in your game today?
Probably getting off the tee. I feel like I got off the tee pretty good. I had a few putts that I missed, but other than that, I felt pretty good.
We just spoke a few weeks ago at Masters Worlds. Now you're here at an Elite Series. So just tell us, how the journey's going so far this year out on tour.
Pretty good. I only come out for the summer. I have 3 full-time jobs during the year, so I can come out during the summer. But yeah, I just try to enjoy it and not take it for granted and just appreciate every day.
One down, solid start at Northwood Black. Yeah. Action shifts to sunset, completely different style. What's the plan of attack over there?
Same. Just stay in bounds, take it slow, just throw your game. Don't try to do anything different. I can't help it if other people are birdieing. I just have to play for par if that's what I need to do.
All right, that's Stephanie Vincent. Solid start here in Peoria.
Thank you.
Well, Nate, as we wrap up this show, I want to throw it to you one more time. Any final thoughts before we go into tomorrow's round for the FPO division?
Well, just have to comment on Stephanie saying that she has 3 full-time jobs. Comes out for the summer. She finds herself on the lead card, and both Stephanie and Ellen don't get a lot of screen time out here. It's hard to make a lead card. It's hard to make the chase card on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. So big moment for them already, and they go to sunset, which is just truly a walk in the park compared to playing Northwood's Black. So I think that's it for Tournament Central, Brian.
We are going to wrap things up. We have more action coming soon, including the MPO division teeing off at Lake Eureka today. We will see you out there.